Meow. It's the cutter me meow. It's the cutter me meow. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Let's get to work, boys. Oh yeah, I like the song. Alright, you guys shouldn't be able to hear that though, luckily. Let me make sure everything is working properly. Okay, everything looks good. Alright. Let me just go check this real quick. Got that. Okay. Let me just pin this. Gonna have more people join the community. Alright, cool. Alright, anyways, Bap and Conky, everybody. We are gonna do some chill stuff this week because I have a lot of stuff going on and it's kind of annoying, to be fair. And I also did want to just work on stuff because I haven't gotten to sit down and work on my own stuff for like a month now, and it's pissing me off, and I just don't care anymore. I'm just gonna do what I want. So yeah. So if you're in the server and have access to, if you check out the project section, you guys noticed that I was working on the GFL2 Commander, right? But this is like my own version of it. It's not ripped from the game. This was all made from scratch, right? Except for like a few things that I reused. Like, I think I reused the pants and the gloves, and that's about it. But I actually got around to rigging it and texturing it. So I thought we were going to do that this stream, but I ended up doing it like really fast. So right now we're just going to stress test it and see if anything breaks. Because these rigs obviously aren't perfect, right? So stuff breaks from time to time. Okay. Yeah, see, like that's what I mean. See, that's not glued to the thing there. Just make sure it's both sides. Yeah, okay. So the way I can fix that. Oh, so this is what it looks like textured. I'm still keeping it. I know the actual one is a red jacket, right? But I wanted to make it green so it's more like, you know, more RDO, right? Instead of the thigh holster, I went with a pistol belt and my revolver holster. Not only because it's like classic, right, and I'm kind of like a little more old school, right? But If you've ever worn a thigh holster, you're gonna know those things are freaking uncomfortable. So yeah, that's like one of the reasons why. Other than that, I changed the knife to be like my K-bar because that's what I carry, and then the radio in the back. So yeah, other than that, everything else is pretty normal. I still need to add a little texture thing here for some white thing that the commander has on that, and add the name on the back. Although I thought I had done that for some reason. Huh. Hold up, let me check that. Because on the back it says commander in the Girls Frontline version. Did I not? Yeah, it's right there. Oh, I guess I never actually added it. Huh. Let me see what I could do. Shift D. This is a work stream after all, so I guess we're just going to have to do all this. Right? Also, I missed the spot right there. Okay, Shift D. What? There we go. Okay, so now we just unwrap that. Right? 290. And now we just add that. I don't know why I thought I had done this. Listening to some post-punk. Let's go. Okay. I think it should be a little higher though. It's a little bit like in the way. I don't like that. Come on. Oh wait, actually, you know what we could do? We could instead just move the verts. So let's grab these, just move them up a little bit here, and then we just gotta readjust the actual UVs, and that shouldn't really be a problem. Oops, not gonna do that. X. Alright, look at that. Because, yeah, on the back of the actual commander outfit, it says commander. Right? Because, you know, the commander doesn't really have a name, technically. It's you. So, yeah. Also, very, like, interesting jacket. Like, it's kind of cool. I don't know what, like, this bit looks like underneath. They never actually show it. And then the sleeves here have these, like, slits. And I don't really know why. And I just realized I accidentally deleted the hand. Ooh, okay. So let me readjust here, stand up. Calibrate. Okay. Here, so you can actually see. So, luckily for me, this is actually not a hole. It's actually just a texture. So what I could do is go into GIMP and fix that real quick. That shouldn't really take me that long. I just need to find the actual texture again. Okay. So let me see. It's okay. Bring it in the hold on. Flat. The gloves. Convert. Okay. And if this doesn't work, I'll figure it out, but it should work, to be fair. Like, these are really small fixes. Oops, I did not want to do that. Da 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 da. Ba 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 da 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 na 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 na. Знаю, животна, знаю да da 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 da. Let's make that smaller. So now let me export that, overwrite. I'm really proud of these textures though. They came out really good. They're very simple, but I don't usually like do it this detailed, you know. Okay, gloves. Fingerless gloves. Image reload. And there we go, problem solved. A little bit of aliasing, but shouldn't matter. Yeah. A lot of people don't really realize, right, when you're doing game dev and modeling and stuff, a lot of the problems you can like solve with just textures. It saves you processing power, it saves you time, and it's just kind of easier to work with in a way, right? Like, imagine having to model each individual hole on my belt here, right? When this is only a few polys. Like, no, it's gonna take you a long freaking time, you know? Like this right here on the knife, I like this a lot, right? See these like little holes? It's so you can like loop stuff and stuff, put it like on molly gear, right? That's just texture. There's actually nothing there. And yeah, you can actually, don't tell anybody, but you can actually see inside the knife and it's blank, so don't tell anybody, but yeah. You can get away with a lot just using textures, you know? Sometimes like here I go a little extra, but like, you know, you do what you can, right? Like sometimes I hit like the ridges too, right? They're a little bit harder to just do manually and it just takes a long time. Alright, so that's solved. So now I just need to check that all the bones work properly, because I had a couple issues with the bones before. Okay, the weight painting seems good on most of them. Okay, now the twist bone should work. It's a little ugly, but I mean, what can you do, right? Alright. So now, most of the time, I'm gonna have my arms down. Like this. Okay. Let me do auto mirror. I mean, yeah. Like that, right? So I gotta make sure everything looks... Okay, it's a little bit scrunched, but to be fair, it doesn't really matter that much. Could be worse. Okay, RG, okay. I feel like this is getting compressed a little bit, but I mean, not too much. Now the other problem I did notice is that my bust, my amazing bust, is peeking through in some areas. Since this is a high neck outfit, we can just get rid of this anyway, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, like you don't need all this, dude. Like no one's gonna see it. You should see some of the actual game models. They have like topology that's like amazing. It's like, wow, how are they hiding all this so perfectly? The answer is I don't frickin' know. I'm still trying to figure this out myself. Okay, that should be okay. Like you're just gonna see this and there's no, I'm not gonna take that off. So okay. Now I don't have to redo the blend shapes, obviously, because I'm just reusing my normal face, which has all the 52 and extras, right? So now I just gotta make sure that the eyes track only the eyes. Okay, a little goofy there, but like, yeah, you get the point. The neck, very minimal movement. Okay. Right. Usually this is like the most fun part, is seeing what moves Okay. Now, I know there's... Yeah, that's a little bit... Like, the belt shouldn't really do that, but there's not much I could do about it. Okay. As long as it sticks for the most part, we should be okay. So now, if I move the hips, it should move the holster with it. Okay, and that's going to have physics, too. So the holster is going to have physics, the radio is going to have physics, and the knife is going to have physics. And that's really it. Apart from, like, you know, the hair and everything else. Okay. Now, the leg does some pretty funky stuff here, like that. See, I don't like that, and that's stretching out a lot. So, we're going to have to figure out why it's doing that. Okay. So, because I still have some of these that are separate parts. So this I could probably just join onto that. Okay. Okay, so now that's one piece. Okay. So now let's see what's wrong with the actual weight here. Okay, switch back to this. There we go. All right. So, pull up the tools. Okay. Alright, so that is... Okay, it's a little bit better. But I wanna see this, because usually when I use these the auto rig program, it's very, very messy when it comes to the hips. I don't know why. It just really just likes to mess with the hips. Because obviously hips don't really, you know, bend like that. I should probably remove that. Go back. Also, if we do end up crashing, I do end up getting a blue screen, I apologize ahead of time. Because I'm running quite a few things for this one. I don't know, like, how bad it, like, you know, is. Anyways! The heck? Right, let's see. Smooth this out here. Okay, that's still a little bit like... I just don't like that. That's so weird. That is the other belt. That one we might just like do that. Ah, but it's getting rid of the other one. Okay, let me see. Okay. Let me see. Okay, no one's gonna look at my crotch anyways, so should be fine. The problem is, though, is this area up here. That's the part that I don't like. It's just like you can't get. I can't get that hip right ever. It pisses me off. Okay, I have to do this like really slowly. Okay, that's a little better. Okay. So now I need to fix the pistol belt. So the leg shouldn't affect the pistol belt at all, technically, because it's so high up. It's up on my hip. So, okay, there's that, and then there's the jacket. The jacket should also not be affected by this at all. Okay. So now let's bring it on back. Okay, and let's test the other leg. Okay, so the other leg seems to have like the same issue. Let's see. Because they're mirrored, so like obviously it's gonna have like the same issues. Let me see here. F. Okay. Okay, it's a little wonky there, but yeah, there's a little bit of clipping there. See, I don't like that. Add front faces. For fuck's sake. I did hit live, right? I did. I don't know why I thought I didn't hit live. Okay. We need like very little like weight, like minuscule amounts. Okay, that's too much. Okay. Okay, fix that. All right. Okay, so no, the top. Okay, I'm gonna have to hide the equipment here. All right. Oh, I didn't put front faces. Or I did put front faces. Whoops. Okay. I think this needs to be just completely like, yeah. Increase the weight. A little bit less. Okay, looks like the backside didn't get enough love. That's like my selling point, dude. That's how I make my money. Okay. Alright, so now we need to, let's see, take a little bit off of that. Alright, there's a, what is it? It's a blur, yeah. Blur might help a little bit here. A little bit of blur never hurt no one. Okay. And then we just take a little bit of that off. Okay. A little bit of there. Okay. Check this one. It's still a little bit messy, but it's fine. I know it's bad practice to just be like, just leave it like it is or whatever. But like at the same time, it's like there's only so much you can do without spending like years on trying to fix this littlest things. Like, man, it's so dumb sometimes. Oh, welcome to the stream. Okay, so now we check the jacket. The jacket shouldn't have any weight on it. Okay. Now, gotta figure out why this is so bent inward. Let me think. Oh, that's why. Okay. Let me see something. Alt-G. I was recording a video. Ooh, amazing, amazing. 'Cause I think what I did is I parented the holster bone to the leg. Because obviously, like, that's how it should move, right? But at the same time, I think I could have physics take care of that, and instead, I can parent this to the hip. Or in this case, the root. That should be a little better. Da, 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 da. Yeah, so now that doesn't move, which is good. But if the hips move, the holster moves with it. Alright, cool. So So that's that fixed. So I was streaming and I was playing MLB The Show 25 and I decided Giants at Padres all-time legends. Yes! And the Met bare bones. Let's go! Alright, so the other issue we had was, unfortunately, our shoesmith here isn't attaching the sole of our shoes to the shoe. So now we need to figure out why it's doing that. And these are small things you'd never notice, but I'm gonna be thorough about it. Giants 1701. Bias. It's that L bias. Oh crap! I did not know I accidentally had that redeem still enabled. Whoops. Or that blueprint. Yeah, we don't have the light on our head. We have the cone today, so. Calibrate again. All right. It's because I forgot to increase the difficulty. Wow! He forgot to increase the difficulty. Sure, L. Whatever you say. Da da da. Okay. Okay, let me see. So did that fix our problem? No. Ba da 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 na 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 da 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 na. It's also because we had Barry Bonds and like 8 other sluggers. So bro be like, anyway, so we had the All-Stars team on our side and you got nothing. It's wow, well, wow. Okay, so let's try to fix the other foot. But it's still loose, but I know what I could do to fix that at least. Also, the commander's boots are really cool. They're really interesting. Da 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 da. Okay, a little bit of that. A little bit of this. Okay. Okay, so I purposefully made these in a specific way. Oh yes, cold walls. Let's go. No, like Padres had Tony Gwynn. Should try dynamic difficulty where it scales with live performance. Ooh, that sounds interesting. So if I were to, let's see here. If I do this, okay, theoretically, right, like heretically, right, these are lined up with the other ones. So now, if I do this, and merge by distance, right, we could even increase this a little bit, you know. Which one's getting merged? Hold up. Oh, these two. Okay. So now with the being merged, right? Theoretically, they should still stick. So let's see. In theory, we can play 1v1 exhibition games, which would be fun because MLB The Show is crossplay. I need more ball knowledge on other teams. Oh, hold up. Rotate. There we go. Look at that. Fixed it. I did not fix it. Why did that not fix itself? What? Wait a minute. What did I... Oh, wait. I think I know what I did by accident. I think I cut the wrong mesh. Oops, hold on. I need to cut this bottom one. That's the problem. This one. National Broadcast South Cool Rdtv. Dang, how am I gonna do this? Nesta. Baboya, sister. Okay, let me think. Okay, let me save here before something bad happens. And let's get rid of this boot. Okay. Hardness daddy. Hardness daddy. NASA store. NASA store. Alright, so let's separate this. And let me see what I can do here. In my game, Barry Bonds, Brandon Crawford, Will Clark, and Jeff Kent hit a homer. No, don't hit Homer. He's a nice guy. What did Homer do? He's just a family man trying to get by and loves donuts and stuff and whatnot. Okay. I think I know what I should do here. So I bring these in and make them wireframe. Like this. Okay. And then extrude and scale until it like lines up a little bit. He dropped his donut. No! And spilled his soda. No! Okay, and we can get rid of that. And my parents met Matt Groening while they were visiting LA for Coachella. Oh, really? Cool. Alright, so what I'm gonna have to do here is gonna manually align all of these verts so they can merge properly with things. It's tedious, it's annoying, but it's like the only solution I have. I have like photos of them with the creator of The Simpsons Futurama right there. That's lucky, dude. I had a bad dream a couple nights ago. I woke up kind of sad. I dreamt that I met Steven Spielberg, right? In like, I don't know, out in like the shopping mall or whatever. He's like there for some reason, and then I'm like, oh, Mr. Spielberg, like I'm a big fan of your work. You know, it's inspired me or whatever. And he just seemed annoyed. I didn't ask for an autograph or a handshake or a picture or anything. But he just like looked so annoyed, and I was like, I don't know. I woke up sad. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. You know, one of my biggest inspirations for getting into film and animation and stuff as well, and production, and he just kind of like was annoyed at my presence, and I was just sad that whole day. I don't know, just me. Oh, thanks for the headpat, Al. Yeah. And it's like we don't even have like the same politics, but I can respect his works, his film works and stuff, right? Separate the man from his works. And yeah, that was just it. I told Derek, and he's like, huh, that's weird. And then he just kind of derailed the conversation and started something else. But anyways, typical Bucky. Alright, let me line these. Like, there's an easier way to line these up, but I'm doing it manually because just, I don't know. That's how I do things, I guess. Ba 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 ba. Yeah, it's dark. It's adorable though. Okay. That one's like a little low. Okay, hold up. Select that. There. Now it's like picture perfect. Okay. Okay. I mean, I guess it's faster if I do it like that. I don't freaking know, man. I just want my boots to work. Then we add another one here. Because I'm worried about spaces where there is no mesh. Wait a minute. What am I looking at here? Uh-oh. What is this bit? Oh, that's the, okay. I can actually just dissolve this. Dissolve edges. We need that one. Okay. Okay. Yes, sir. Oh, okay, this is much faster. I should have just done this from the beginning. I forgot I'm actually good at tedious work like this. I'm just doomed. Now, I could just unseparate them and do this, but it's kind of harder to see what I'm actually working on, so I'm not going to do that for now. Cursor selected. Selection of cursor. I forgot how to make funk by using it in a bit of a song. Ooh, I like funk. Funk is good. I also just realized I don't actually have to do this for the entire boot, but I'm going to do it for the entire boot anyways. S. Okay. I posted a music talk. Oh, sweet. Yeah, share. I've been wanting to try to get into music. Try to, like, you know, make something. I want to make some, like, post-punk style, you know? Something to fit me. Or bring back, like, the musical, the classical music, like a musical renaissance. That'd be nice. Okay, let's shift S. S cursor selected. This is pretty close, actually, huh? S. Okay. Can help with the basics of music theory. See, I hear that a lot. I hear the whole music theory a lot, but it's like when I hear color theory about like art, and it's like, no, you don't actually have to follow a color theory. That's just like a dumb thing someone invented. You know, at the end of the day, it is just theory. I'm gonna make sounds. I'm gonna make them sound good, and then yes, that's how it works. Yes, that's how mafia work. I grew up playing classical style music because I played cello for 2nd grade, 12th grade. Dang, dude! Heavily oversimplifying explanations. Jason, welcome to the stream. Good to see you're alive. Okay. Because I got I downloaded what's that music program called? Cakewalk, I think, when it was free. So I just have it now, right? But I didn't really have the knowledge on how to do it, so use it. So like. Oops. Stop it. Selection cursor to select. Okay. I don't know. I might get into it, but like I stated in the server earlier, it's like I have so much crap going on at once. I barely even have time to like work on my stuff. So like I'm glad that I actually get to work on my stuff and stream at the same time. Knock out two things in one. You know. Make it vague and open to interpretation with my explanation. FL Studio Mobile is good starting version of FL Studio because it's significantly cheaper. Yeah, it's like it costs too much. That's why I got Cakewalk. It was free. The dude told me, "Hey, buy it, get it right now while it's free before they charge you for it." So yeah, Christopher Nolan's Odyssey was just mid at the end of the day, despite all the controversy around it. Oh man, I don't even want to like. I wouldn't even hate watch that, dude. Da 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 da. Nesendeke nabatrot, nachit what? Machitsat yosadre. She was there, she nachit what? Alright. Can we torture people with that movie? I don't know if I even wish that on one of my worst enemies, and I don't really have enemies, to be fair. Most of them are dead or they work for me. So, Troy from 2004. Oh, Troy from 2004 is actually good. Like, that's actually a good movie. Okay, all the verts should technically be connected now. So now we just join these up. And theoretically, if my theory is correct, they should just be able to merge like with each other here. So merge verts by distance, that's 33 verts. I think that's correct. 38. Trying to see what it's merging. Okay. Alright, now let's check if the armature still pulls it in a weird way. So let me see. That seems to have fixed that. Cool. Another problem solved. Aside for free, no. I used to have the my dad used to have the DVD of Troy in his collection, so that's when I watched it. It was one of the few movies that I actually remember that we had on DVD and that we had when we first moved into where we currently still live. So, interesting little memory there. Parents are seemingly ungrateful that I handled my allergic reaction. Wow, okay. Pricks. Oh no, Elle's alive. Whatever shall we do? Bruh. What the heck? Okay. So, it seems like we've got that issue taken care of. Okay. The toes work. Okay. Did not mean to do that. Okay. Don't look at my bones. Alright, so I think. Yes, I'm still watching. Shut up. Crap. Where's Blender? Because I should have also called them instead of that, yeah. Okay, so the knee thing still bends. That's not really an issue per se. I'll just leave that. It should be fine. Okay, we fixed that issue. If I move this, that stays. Okay, I think we pretty much finished the troubleshooting. Everything's good. Okay, that only moves the hair. That's good. And everything else is parented. Okay, cool. Now, I think we have everything rigged properly, everything textured properly. I think I need to check for scale one more time. Griffith's Odyssey would be boring to torture people with it like it's the E minor scene with Patrick Star. The thing is, like, from the screenshots that I've seen, like, it just looks so bad. Like, I don't know, like, something's just off about it. Apply rotation scale. It was so boring that everyone died. Plus, like, yeah, apart from the controversy, right, it's like, okay, you kind of messed up some stuff, right? He's like, oh, we don't know how to adapt this thing from, like, the story, so we're just didn't do it or whatever. It's like, well, bro, that's like your whole thing. Is it not? You're a freaking director. You're supposed to just make things happen, you know? Okay, what else? The jacket. Well, we check the jacket. The gloves. Okay. So yeah, everything should be scaled properly as well. Okay. So, we are ready to export this. Because I'm pretty sure. Let me just hide that and hide the radio. Yes. Yeah, all the textures should be in place. Blah, 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 blah. Is this modernized uniform? No, it's the if you go to the project section in the server, it's the based on the Girls Frontline Commander uniform, Girls Frontline 2. I'm just making my version of it for GFL streams. I don't know, I just thought it'd be like a cool thing to have, you know? Alright, so now we have to export this in a very specific way, otherwise it won't work. So, let me do this real quick. T1. It didn't even look like the McDonald's, who were the Greeks of the late Bronze Age that sacked Troy. Like, I don't know, dude. The problem with Christopher Nolan is that I feel like he tries too hard to not have CG in his stuff, that it's detrimental, you know? Model. Okay. So now we just export this and hope it doesn't crash frickin' Blender. Alright. Also make a Buckland model down the line. Yeah. Tell you what. I'll do like a gender bent model as like a sub goal. Right? So currently we're at 627. We're sitting still at 627. Last short got me like a sub or two, so that's nice. When we hit I don't know, what's a good sub goal? I'm not like, oh, when we hit 1,000, like, no, I'm not thinking like, you know, I'm thinking realistically here. So I don't know. I feel like 700 is pretty fair. It still feels like we can hit it by the end of the year, right? Should we aim for 650 or 700? I think 700, because it's something to work more towards, right? 650 is kind of fair, but you know. I remember Buckland. See, I like that name because I was thinking of like, I'm like, oh, what's like a female version of Bucky, right? I couldn't really think of anything, right? Then I was thinking of like a play on words with like, you know, a buck and a doe, but I couldn't really think of anything. But then you brought up the idea a couple streams ago, and I was like, you know what? That's actually kind of smart. So yes, I will be yoinking that name for future use. It's hard making that name up on the spot. I like the Lin aspect of it. It's kind of nice. The Iliad and Odyssey are obvious mythical epics, but they're based on the oral traditions of the Greeks that lived through the late Bronze Age collapse. You know what's so weird? I find so weird about like the Greeks is like they have like ruins of like their like buildings, but it's like, bro, you guys aren't extinct or anything. Why do you have ruins? Did you guys forget to maintain the buildings or something? Like, I don't understand that, right? If it was like ruins in like Africa or Mesopotamia or like a desert or something, I'm like, okay, maybe that society kind of died out, moved or whatever, and they left that stuff behind. But like Greece is still there, you know, they're kind of in debt right now to the whole world, but like they're still there, dude. Like, how does that even work, bro? Like, then again, you look at like Detroit and stuff, and that got abandoned. Although that's kind of different. That's just Detroit, but yeah. Ugh. Right. Spell Bucklin. I thought it was like, you know, Bucka and then Lin. And I kind of like that spelling better a little bit. Double C double N. Crap. I kind of prefer the K. Ancient Greeks converted to Christianity. I mean, that doesn't really answer my question of why the heck the buildings are kind of there, but you know, they're just ruins, but whatever. We'll go with Buckland, fair compromise, I guess. Yeah, I kind of like that. It still retains that little bit while still being different. But yeah, that's a good one. Elle gets a commendation for that. I'll see what I gotta do, because I used to actually give commendations to people as like a special like thing. Okay, let me just add. How do I add notes again? More. How the heck do I do this again? Oh, because I'm in freaking the other mode. Whatever. Just remind me to do that later. Anyways, make it a rule that serves no purpose other than saying, "Ha, I did a thing." Man, this thing is taking a sweet time to export. This is like the most dangerous part of doing this. Is sometimes it takes a long time to export, and I get scared that it like messed up. Sometimes I just let it be and it works. Thank you for the boopa. And it's getting hot in my room again. I don't like it. It's not even like sun outside. Then again, I'm running Warudo, Blender, Unity, and streaming at the same time while listening to freaking post-punk. That's like 5 or 6 different programs running at once. And my PC is a little bit, yeah, it's a little hot. A little bit. Morale officer like Matt Urban. He's a local morale officer. Okay. This is really taking its time. I'm getting scared, guys. I'm getting a little scared. As soon as you see the message pop up down here, though, on the bottom, it means it worked. But it's okay. It's okay. It takes a while to export these. It's like 150 bones, too. The model itself is actually pretty small. 70k tries, that's like pretty average for one of these. Matt Urban was known as the Ghost because he was so hard to kill. The Trojan War wasn't just mere mythology, but it was based on that half-remembered events in late Bronze Age collapse, as the MacDonalds did besiege a real city, referred to it as Troy. I thought Troy was based on a real thing. Like, you know, it's less than the average human skeleton. 206, which is a good benchmark. There's actually a way to check. I forgot how to check exactly how many bones this thing actually has. However, this is a pretty like minimal model. Some of my other ones have way more bones with way more stuff. I've worked on models that have had like a lot more, you know. Okay, it is starting to scare me a little bit that it is not. Let me just check Task Manager real quick. Probably a bad idea. Oh crap. Oh crap, it's lagging. It's lagging. It's lagging. It's lagging. Oh man, that is bad. Whoa. Okay, okay, okay. Let's calm down there for a moment, partner. I'm still live, right? Okay. Okay, I think Task Manager might have crashed as well. It's not responding. And my mouse is like moving really slow. Oh man. Oh yeah, dude, I love this. It's not even showing Blender on my apps thing. What? Kidding me, dude? I really hope it didn't crash. It's gonna piss me off if it did. Sake, dude. I have capabilities to run these things. It shouldn't lag, man. This isn't the first time we've exported a model on stream, I believe. Actually, wait, no, it might have. Now that I think about it. Name the fog in San Francisco car. The fog itself. Okay, Blender is showing that it's unresponsive. Should we wait a little bit more? Because before I used to like wait a little bit more and it used to work. Yes, the fog. Oh man, dude, my freaking man, I'm like sweating in my arms, dude. Give me a second. Man. Oh crap. Alright. It worked! It worked! I did! I told you guys it didn't crash. I told you guys. See, you gotta believe. You gotta trust in the plan, guys. We gotta trust, alright? City of Troy was the real city located in Anatolia, modern-day Turkey, but its native inhabitants were most likely ethnically Luwian, who were on an Indo-European people of the Bronze Age. Jason, you just mentioned like 4 or 5 giant words, and it's hilarious how you could just type this stuff out. Alright. Probably not a good idea to close Blender like that, but... Okay, so, I pre-did this, so all we gotta do now is just drag the model in and drop it. And I get to show you guys the entire process on how to actually make a model and put it into Warudo. So yeah. Power of neglecting it while it's exporting. Jason might be chronically... I'm pretty sure we all are. Alright, so let me get the commander model. Drop it down here. Right. And this is where the fun begins, right? I had actually been thinking of doing like a series, right? Outlining how to like actually put, I guess make a model and put it into, Unity and then into Word until I actually start VTubing, like a little VTuber like process thing. Because there are videos out there, but like some of them I feel like are really hard to follow. Because I was following the person I followed, so I can do all this, was a little bit like I understood it, but like she'd go off on a tangent. I don't like when people do that. If you're explaining to me how to do a thing, right? You just explain to me how to do the thing. Don't go off and like explain other things. Sometimes I want to do that. I'm like, okay, and this happens because of this. Blah blah blah. But it's like no. Just you import the model, boom, and then you do this, and that's it. That's all you gotta do. No more explanations. So yes, instead of counting who's autistic in the community, we should count who isn't. Oof, bro, there ain't no one in this community that's probably like that. Troy was referred to as Wilusa by the ancient Hittites, who were on an ancient civilization culture native to Anatolia in the Bronze Age. That's like a whole thing that is like really like I'm not really like too pervious to. All right, so yeah, read and write, legacy blend shape normals. Okay, rig, humanoid. Otherwise, it looks all weird. Apply. No, they named Troy Gary. Wow, look, the Trojans left us this horse. What should we name it? I don't know. Let's name it Gary. Alright, so everything looks like... Oh, crap. You know what? I forgot to do something. I actually forgot to do something. And this is really important. Yeah, okay. So we gotta go back. See, this is what I mean by this is a really complicated process after. So, in Blender, with the add-on that I use, there's a really specific thing when you export bones with it. If you don't label the bone as custom, it won't export. And that's bad. So anyways, welcome back to Blender. Gary Troy. The ancient Greeks referred to Troy as lion, and the Iliad etymologically means Epic of Troy. Interesting. Why don't they just call it the Epic of Troy? Why so complicated? Alright, so these are all the custom bones that I have on here right now that are not labeled. So, we need to go here and we need to label these as custom bones. Okay? For just all intents and purposes, I'll do this too. Okay, those are all ready, and those should also be custom bones. Okay. So now we should have all the bones that we added later on be good. Okay. Because I use the auto rig add-on. It's a paid add-on to make this. All this rig, I didn't have to do anything. I just pressed the button pretty much. Did it for me. I have to do the adjusting and this and that, which I also have an add-on to do. It saves me time, whatever. Right? Most of the time, it's good to have a standardized model like this, like rig, because that means I can recycle animations, recycle meshes, and it's just less of a pain, right? So yeah, animations, meshes, all this is like has the bone weights, the vertex groups, all the fun stuff. So yes, so now we gotta export this again. So now we wait like, I don't know, whatever the heck long it took. But I guess we can chat a little bit while it does that. And this has its own like export like setting. It's specifically AutoRig Pro FBX. If you export as an FBX, you're gonna have a hard time. Alright, so then you guys can't see this, but that is fine. AutoRig export. And now we wait. Detroit. Yes, the Epic of Detroit. Because ancient Greeks don't speak modern Greek or English. And they're also all dead. Oh, maybe that's why the buildings and stuff are all abandoned. They didn't speak the English language. That's why they spoke ancient Greek. Oh, I mean, I would have really thought that everybody back then spoke English. But yes, Jason, thanks for elaborating that on us. Explanation's better. Yeah, I kind of think Al's explanation makes a lot more sense. It's like the Carthaginians and the Sumerians and the freaking Mesopotamians. Like, they're not around anymore. They just kind of died. The Greek people aren't dead. They're still an ethnic group native to Greece today. Nah, man. All of Greece is dead, dude. It's just empty right now because of the debt. They all died. They couldn't afford their life. Their free trial of life ended. They couldn't afford the subscription. Oh. Oh, man. Because the reason I was, like, interested in doing, like, my own thing, right, apart from, like, there not being any concise guides that are really easy to follow that much, there's also been discourse on the VTuber side of things where a VTuber called Leaflet made an AI VTuber program, to say the least, right? You can make your own VTuber with different, like, expressions, and then the program animates it as you talk, right? So it's like a very cheap alternative to the other ones, right? So the whole discourse was creativity, AI use, you know, things like that, cost, you know, all the fun stuff, you know, that everybody likes to argue about nowadays. Helen of Detroit. Yeah, we need a modern epic. So I got thinking, I'm like, well, I was like, I kind of see the argument on both sides, right? I was kind of wanted to talk about this. So there's some people are saying, right, like Leaflet wanted to make this as an easy way for people to just get into VTubing, right, if they wanted to. I get that one, right? And then some other people were saying that, like, like in support of it, like, yes, it's perfect because VTubing costs a lot and whatnot, right? And I was like, okay, we'll put that to the side for now, but all right. And then the anti-AI people are like, well, you could have just hired a human artist to do this. And, you know, it's like, you know, you're using generative AI and this and that and lack of creativity. And, you know, the typical anti-AI argument, AI arguments, whatever. L of San Francisco, the Helen of Detroit. Yeah. So then I got thinking, I'm like, well, see, I've been seeing discourse on both sides that makes no sense, and some that does make sense. For the most part, it's just people screeching at each other. So, yeah, hiring a human artist defeats the whole point of making it cheap. That's the thing, though, right? So, the people that are against it, right, are like, you could just hire a human person to do this, right? Human artist. The thing is, I've been seeing artists decline people for very, very dumb things, right? There was a whole thing a couple like days ago where some guy wanted to commission an artist, and he's like, "Hey, I had an AI ref. Can you, like, make something for me, like, out of using the ref? You know, basically, like, to get out of it." But the artist is like, "Sorry, no, because you used AI for that ref, I gotta decline your thing." And I'm like, okay, I guess you are sticking to your principles, but at the same time, this could have been a way to, like, prove yourself right by being like, oh yeah, I'll take your work as a human, right? But you just kind of deny this person that's trying to get out of the AI hole. Or no, the AI, I kind of like that. So that's why people started going and turning to AI, because a cheap alternative when some artists are... I'm going to be honest with you guys, right? As an artist myself, right? Artists are kind of elitists. I know we don't like to admit it, right? But they're very picky and they like to be very elitist, right? Not everybody has the gift of being able to draw or make things and stuff, right? I get it. And they're super picky, and sometimes they could just come off as the most obnoxious pricks ever. Okay? We gotta you know, own up to this thing, okay? Like, it is a very elitist circle to be around, right? You need to adapt the Aeneid, which is way more nationalistic than the Iliad and Odyssey, as it was written by Virgil to help Augustus politically legitimize his leadership over ancient Rome. I understood like two of those things, but yeah. So then, I was like, okay, so it is cheaper, okay. That shouldn't really compromise your creativity, right? So then, another VTuber had chimed in and had said that, yes, this program is now is a good alternative because getting into VTubing can cost upwards of thousands of dollars, right? And right there was when I had to hit the brakes. I'm like, wait. That is only if you want to get a super high-end model, right? So if you want to get a Life 2D model, that could be anywhere from $200 to $1,000, right? Those are the standard, pretty much, of the corporate VTuber, what's it called? Circles, right? It's 2D, it's very anime, it's drawn, right? Thing is, the Life 2D program is very complicated, hard to use, and rigging things is really complicated in that. So the costs tend to be higher, right? But that is like the corporate standard, right? Usually the freelance artists charge around that still, right? Corporals can probably charge up higher, but then there's the 3D artist, which is like me, right? Making a model from scratch takes a long time. Rigging it, texturing it, that's usually done by 1 to 2 artists, and that can cost a lot too. Usually it's a little cheaper, right? But it's usually in the same price range. It usually doesn't go higher than 1,000 unless you're doing like custom animations and like transitions and all the fun stuff, right? That most of the time they don't even use, to be fair. But yeah. I tend to be picky about being told to do digital art, but I tend to be blunt in telling people to F off. Yeah, exactly. People shouldn't tell you what to do, pretty much, yeah. Is art inherently subjective topic? I mean, that banana duct tape to the wall was considered art by fart sniffers. Well, if you're a fart sniffer, I kind of don't really think you have an opinion, to be fair, but no, I don't really think art is subjective, right? That was just an excuse by, like, college students that actually don't know how to make art. It's their excuse to be bad at art and not get better and say, oh, of course that's art. I spit on the wall and then pooped on it. It's art. Like, no, it's not. You're just an idiot, okay? If you look at stuff from like the 14th century that Da Vinci drew, that's art, okay? I don't care, dude. This whole discourse of is art subjective is the dumbest thing ever. No, it's not. Art is art. You know, a dog crapping on the carpet can be considered art by some idiot, but it's not. That's how simple that is. PNG tubing has always been the cheapest alternative until then. I'm pretty sure it was a prank. Yeah, it was definitely a prank. So that's the other thing, yeah. So PNG tubing is like the cheapest form because there's like, kind of want to talk about this. I know I'm like working on this, but I kind of want to talk about this, you know, because it's really fun to talk about VTubing. I don't usually get to talk about VTubing, right? But should I talk about this? I don't know. I could talk about it for a little bit and then work on this. I'm gonna be streaming for a while too, so like, you know. You want me to talk about it? Alright. So we'll save the Unity thing for right now. Let me actually go over to switch this to why isn't GIMP showing up here? The heck? Let me see. Alright. So I'll bring you guys into GIMP here. Make a new. Make a 4096 by 2560. Alright. That's fine. Ah, crap, that's too bright. Burns! Oh, crap. Come on. Ah, burns my eyes! It's an elaborate way to avoid paying taxes. Alright, I'm going to try to draw as best as I can with this in here. I'm drawing with the mouse, so. Alright. I mean, if I was able to draw on a whiteboard in the freaking make a nuclear bomb game, atom bomb game, I could do it here. Alright, so there's 3 types of VTubing, right, that people usually like know about, right? There's PNG, right? There's PNG tubers, right? There's live 2D. Oh. And then there's 3D, right? So, let me just make that. So, it goes from usually PNG's at the bottom of the, I wouldn't call it bottom of the barrel because it's the cheapest and it's like, it's usually just like at the bottom of the hierarchy that, you know, how you could start, right? If you wanted to start. There's unhinged ones as well. There is some other crazy stuff that, yeah, it's doesn't really fit on this. Yeah. So the PNG vtubing, right, is usually the cheapest, right? Right. Let's make this a little bigger. Okay, hold up. That's too big. Okay. And 250. Alright. So PNG vtubing is usually the cheapest, right? You can literally do this right now. I can become a PNG tuber in like less than a freaking second, dude. All I need is 2 drawings, right? All I need is one when I'm not talking and one when I am. And that's the simplest form of PNG vtubing. There's other forms of PNG vtubing that have visemes. So when you say, you know, a, e, I, o, u, right? Like the that, it will change to that picture, and it'll like, it's way more above that. Some of them have like a little bounce you could do. They have like little physics, which is pretty cool. All right, yeah, PNG's vtubing model. Oh yeah, I remember I saw you post about that. Is it OnlyFans ruining vtubing? No, not really. PNGs for talking, blinking, and in between. Yeah. So it can get more complicated as that, but it's like the simplest, right? Simplest. Okay. Alright, so it's like it's the simplest and the easiest to do, right? I can literally do that right now with Discord. That's all it takes. That's as simple as it gets. It's cheap, simple, and all you need is like 2 drawings, right? Minimum 2 drawings. That's a little big. Okay, let's just make this like 100. Okay, minimum 2 drawings. That's all you need, right? Unless you're Saber Spark, who makes Goy slop. This is Goy crap again. So yeah, like that's as bottom of the barrel as you can get, right? It costs you nothing if you can draw yourself. It doesn't matter if you're good or bad, right? That's not the point. The point is if you can do it yourself, right? If you can draw 2 things, right? Mouth open, mouth closed. That's it. Simple, right? In fact, I could do that right now, right? Okay. Boom. That's it. Done. You have your not talking and you have your talking. There. If you want to do blinking, if you want to do other stuff that's like adding to the drawings, that's still bottom of the barrel, right? Literally, that's it. That's all it takes, right? So I don't get that's people saying that getting into it is expensive. That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard, right? So and then from the jump from here to here is pretty exponential. That I will be really honest with you guys, right? Because Live 2D is a very, very, very finicky piece of software that technically almost got discontinued, is really complicated to use, and it was made for very specific use case scenarios. Don't get me wrong, people could do some amazing things with Live 2D, but I'm just saying that thing needs an overhaul. Big time. I got the PNGs for a good idea of a more complicated PNG. Okay, I mean, you can make it more complicated, but yes. So, that is a PNG VTuber, right? It's as cheap as you can go. It costs you nothing. It doesn't matter if you can draw or not, right? This is also not taken into consideration if you have like the skills for it, right? People are saying, oh, but my model won't look too nice. Well, my dude, you can learn how to make it yourself, right? It's called learning or leering. Or you can hire someone to draw it for you. That is when the costs start going up. The commissions, right? The commissions is where it gets the most expensive when it comes to Live 2D. You know why? Because Live 2D is complicated. Right? Also, sorry if I sound condescending. That's just how I am when I talk. I'm not talking to you guys as like condescending, but yes. Then you have people like, I don't even want to talk about that. That's like a whole other thing in of itself. That's using filters with neural
with the neural networks. But yeah, so live 2D is very complicated. Like, we're talking, if you've seen the nightmare rigs of just hair, it's bones and separate drawings and strands, right? So it's complicated, right? And the fact that it's complicated causes it to be more expensive, right? This is like literally supply and demand. You guys are going to learn economics today, right? Okay. Sick, keep doing that. All right. It's complicated, and that makes it expensive. And what makes it more expensive, right, is because few people know how to freaking actually use it. That's why most of the time there's usually two parts to making a live 2D commission. There's the actual artist and the rigger. You can have both, you know, the same person do both things, but like this is literally supply and demand right here. Right? Stop it. Right. I've seen some thick VTubers. Indeed. So the fact that it's complicated to use makes it expensive because few people know how to use it, right? If there was hundreds of people that knew how to use it, right, it'd be a little bit less expensive. But the price is obviously, you know, you have a low supply, right, and a high demand for it, right? Literally supply and demand. We're learning economics, dude, right? All right. Supply, demand, right? The more supply it is, right, there's going to be less demand for it, and the price, right? The price is gonna be cheaper, right? If there's more of it, it's cheaper, right? And there's going to be a little bit less demand. Now, in this case, right, you could just say, I can't really just say learn live 2D. You know why I can't tell you that? Because I try to learn live 2D, and I couldn't even get past downloading it. I was trying to figure out, I'm like, okay, so how can I make this, right? And there was like no tutorials, no good tutorials anyways. So then I just couldn't do it. I'm like, I kind of gave up. So then I waited about 2 years, and then I started learning 3D, which we'll get to in a bit, all right? So this makes it the hardest one to get to out of the three, technically, right? Because it's the most expensive, right? So this is, in terms of money, because I know money is like a big issue with, you know, everybody. So I understand people want to do one thing, right? But it can't. So yeah, so that's the cheapest one, right? And this one's the most expensive one. Okay. Now, I'll get to the 3D in a bit. In the Christian heaven, there won't be sex, as Jesus himself states. Jason, are we getting to like the Bible stuff here all of a sudden? What the heck? Also, let me check my music. It's wrong. Okay. Where was I? So, let me think. What else is there about Live 2D that I forgot to cover? Complicated, expensive if people know how to use it. But this is the corporate standard, right? Yeah, so most companies nowadays, right, you see Hololive, Niji Sanji, all the big corpos have their own artists, technically, that they use for Live 2D. They don't care, they can throw money at it, right? So that's probably also why it's more expensive, right? So this also makes it the most what's it called? Aesthetic. How do I spell aesthetical? Aesthetically. 200. Right. Because like the point is you're trying to make this look like as anime as you can, right? r/atheism will never understand. Yeah, they'll probably never understand VTubing either. So aesthetically the best, right? So it looks the most obviously 2D, right? It's literally an animated drawing. And it looks the best in my opinion. If I could have learned live 2D years ago before I learned 3D, I probably would be doing this, right? Now, the thing is, you can still learn it. You know why? Because my personal favorite VTuber, right, is Juniper Actius, right? She's the one that inspired me the most to basically do this myself, right? So let me actually get one of her older models here, right? So there's Junie, right? Adorable moth mommy, right? Her first like models look very simple, right? And she did them herself. Now the kind of stuff she makes is so complicated, dude. She basically makes a model like every other week. I don't know how she does it, right? But she's like amazing at making live 2D models, dude, for herself. It's so cool. Sometimes she's just like, yeah, I just felt like making one. And she just made a new one. I lost track like years ago because of how many she made. But yeah, she just got better and better as time went on. That's the thing too. You can still learn, right? That's the thing about all this. You have to just, you can still learn though. Like none of this should discourage anybody from like not doing it, right? Right? All this, the only thing that literally is stopping people here is themselves at the end of the day. Not money, right? Because if someone else could learn how to do it, you can learn how to do it, right? Didn't you just have a major controversy a few years ago? She has a controversy every other week, dude. It's not even a thing anymore. People just ignore it now. I don't know the individual, and I don't know what they were talking about half the time. So yeah, it's like, I was thinking about this myself the other day, right? So a couple of years ago, like not a couple of years, 100 years ago, you had men shooting at each other with bolt action rifles, right? On the ground in trenches. And then somebody had the genius idea to make a flying machine, right? And now, like 40 years after that, we have fighter jets that go to like Mach 3 or whatever. And I was like thinking about, I'm like, dude, somebody dedicated that, their pretty much entire knowledge to learn how to pilot a fighter jet. I've seen the cockpits of those things. I got a headache just looking at that. But you have to account for so many things, and it's amazing, right? If someone could learn how to pilot a fighter jet, you can learn how to draw a simple PNG. And then, if you feel like it, you can learn how to do live 2D. It's complicated, but hey, man, it's the fighter jet of VTubing, right? This is the PNG VTubing is basically learning how to shoot a gun, right? 3D is more like it's a bit of a mixed bag because it's not just one thing. And live 2D is the fighter jet of VTubing, pretty much. Yeah. I'm still salty that you talk trash about something I like, baseball, and I've made it my mission to crap on you until you apologize. I don't hate baseball. I used to play baseball myself. It's like my favorite sport out of like pretty much everything else, right? Even though I don't like sports, it's still like I'd still play it. If right now a couple of friends told me, hey dude, you want to go play baseball at the park? I'd be like, well, I'm streaming for one, but another time perhaps, sure. It's fun, you know. Fighter jet of VTubing sounds gay and crazy. It's I'm just trying to make a point. No, I'm gonna talk about Jason. Oh, okay. Talking about Jason, okay. Just trying to argue in chat, please. If you guys are gonna argue and make out later, just do it in DMs, alright? Anyways, so yeah, that's pretty much the base, right, of live 2D. Complicated, which causes it to be expensive because few people know how to use it. If more people learn how to use it, it'd probably be less expensive. But the software itself needs an overhaul. It's made by Japanese people after all. They tend to overcomplicate things and kind of leave them be, you know. So the corporate standard also doesn't help that it's expensive. And a lot of people want live 2D. So it's in high demand, right? And that's the problem. Everybody wants to be a VTuber and because of live 2D. And that's kind of part of the problem. It's like, dude, you're not gonna be there unless you have money or you do it yourself. Gonna make it escalate past making. Oh, so yeah. Now we go to the wild card, 3D. So the reason an idiot like me was able to learn how to do 3D is because 3D is actually very easy, surprisingly enough, right? Now, it's only easy if you're patient, though. Here's the thing, right? I had a lot of time. You know why I had a lot of time? Because I was an unemployed loser at one point that was looking for a job. And I thought, while I do that, I'll learn how to do this because I could use it in the future, right? Those wannabes will never understand vtuber. Exactly. So 3D looks complicated, right? Like you guys saw Blender, right? So let me make a point of this. Let's go back to Blender real quick. Actually, I could go here. Okay, like you look at this, right? Let me show you all the bone layers for my freaking model here, right? Like you see this, right? And let me make this wireframe as well. There's a way to do this. How do I do that? Wireframe outline. I will just leave it like that. A massive day for the unemployed. No longer unemployed, thankfully, though. But wireframe. Okay, so you look at this, right, and it looks very complicated, right? You got the rig itself, you got the bones, you got the meshes, right? And then you got all the little tidbits, and that's not taking into account the properties of it and whatnot, right? So you think, oh, that's it. Oh, that's too much for me. That's too much for me. I can't. People don't even get past the splash screen without, wincing at this. But at the end of the day, the way that I got to this was actually not even that complicated, right? So let me go back to over here. So all you really gotta do, right, is not watch tutorials, right? Just start watching tutorials. That's a big mistake people do. What you do is you start you have a vision, right? Okay, I want to model a character, right? So you start just modeling, just like molding it like clay, basically, right? You get a ref if you can, right? That's how it starts escalating, right? Looks like an MD model from 2009. It's like the Honda Civic of VTubing, not too complicated once you get the hang of it. I don't do it because I have tech limitations. Yeah, that's also a problem with it. Out of all the three, 3D is the most has the most tech limitations, though. The thing is, I have a counter for that one, right? So you can think, right? Oh, that's doing all this, right? It's too expensive on my computer. I have a laptop or this or that. Well, let me tell you, I actually started with a crappy laptop that was 2 years old when I started working on this. It's possible. You shouldn't overexert it sometimes, right? And it might crash. That's part of the process. But it's doable, right? Most tech limitations, right? But it's doable. Blender can run on pretty much anything nowadays. I've seen mobile versions of Blender, for crying out loud. So at the end of the day, tech limitations aren't really a excuse, right? So, and I'm still learning how to music properly, and it's okay to keep learning. Exactly. You're never going to fully learn everything. I'm still learning stuff to this day, and that's the best thing you could do. You learn a new thing every day. It helps your brain stay not dumb. Literally told my dad that. Okay, let me take a drink real quick and splash my face before I continue, because this is fun. Whew. Alright, so it's surprisingly easy with patience, right? And has the most tech limitations. if you know, if you have the knowledge, right, this could be the cheapest option. All right. The reason why this is really cheap, right, is because of two things, right? Because 3D, I'm specifically talking about Blender, right? Not other 3D softwares. Mostly Blender is like the standard, so yeah. Because 3D isn't complicated in the way that live 2D is complicated, right? So let me make an arrow here. 3D can be complicated in its own way, right? Hold up, let me make a black arrow here. Okay. It's not complicated in the way that Live 2D is complicated, because Live 2D is complicated because it has an outdated UI, right? It has, it relies on very complicated ways of rigging a model, right? That doesn't mean 3D doesn't come with its own caveats, but it's like, how do I make an analogy of this? Think of working with a PPSH 41 versus working with a G11, right? 3D is the PPSH, and Live 2D is the G11. The G11 has stupidly complex parts that nobody knows how to use except the Kraut scientists that made it. Meanwhile, 3D can be used by, well, anybody that just puts their mind to it, right? I made a drawing based on you splashing your face a little with Bucklin. I spray my face with a little a sprayer, if that's yeah. I'm black now, Spider-Man. I'm gonna say the N-word. It's like an AK versus an F2. Oh, geez, that's an even better comparison. Yeah, because the F2000 is like, bro, that thing that it has with the spent ammo. Why? Ugh, whatever. Anyways, I mean, I still see Live 2D as a prototype in a way that never got past prototype, you know. Anyways, but yeah, if you know how to do things, it's always cheaper on your own, right? At the end of the day, this is mostly applies to DIY, right? But the thing with 3D is we have another option, right? And that is called Vroid. What up? Let me clear that. Let me bring this back, right? This is literally the best option for a 3D VTuber you could have, right? Okay. Hayao Miyazaki, the Studio Ghibli guy, is a scumbag. I'm a little indifferent to him, but I can see how it could be a little elitist sometimes. And it gets complicated enough to work consistently, but simple enough to work with. Yeah, exactly. But an F2000 is Belgian waffle magic that nobody should recreate. What song is this? I have this on my list. All right. So here is the golden goose, right? Did not mean to move that. Vroid. So this is the cycle that people go through, right? You tell them, they go, I don't have money, but I want to be a VTuber. Okay, do a PNG, right? Okay, that's a little too simple for me. I actually want to be more expressive, right? Okay. Your next best option would be 3D then, right? It's got Vroid. You can make your model for free there, right? Export it and put it into Blender. Sometimes you could even export the VRM directly to most programs, right? Right? And I'm like, oh yeah, but I want to personalize it more, and it's like not, you know, I like the 2D look. Okay, so your last option is Live 2D then, right? It's more expensive, complicated. You know, it's like, oh, okay, well now I don't want to do it. So it's the cycle of the person being too picky, right? You work with what you get. Beggars can't be choosers in this case, right? You either start from the bottom if you have no money and no skills, and you slowly work your way up. At some point, you might find a cheap rigger, right? I've seen people that have cheap models, right? That with, you know, not like, oh, it's done in a really cheap way, but like, you know, it didn't cost them much because it's an artist that's not very known. That could also be, you know, factor into the expenses. Basically the best analogy for Blender 3D VTubing. Yeah. Buying a gun to hold an artist hostage is cheaper than commissioning. Well, we don't condone that, but sure. Count Dankula made a video on him. On who? On Miyazaki? Oh, I didn't know. So, where was I? Right. So most people tend to avoid Vroid with good reason, right? The program itself is very simple to use, way more simple than Live 2D. It does have a lot more options than it used to, right, for one. And the problem people do is, I see this with a lot of Vroid models, right? Is they'll make a Vroid model and they won't change the textures or change any of the parameters for the face. And it's very default. That's my issue with Vroid, is people leave it at default, but you don't have to. That's the thing. You don't have to. Right? Human limitation is the biggest thing holding people back. It's you. You're the problem. Right? I'm going to let you guys in on a not so little secret. All right? Right? Let me getting closer. All right? Guys. All right. Look at me. Right? Okay. All right. My model is a Vroid. Boom, I said it. Yes. The thing is, shoot, yeah. Oh, thank you. Making me blush. The thing is, people tend to like not put the effort into these things. Yes, my model is Vroid. Did I change things? Yes, I changed the textures. I changed, meshes. I changed everything. It doesn't look default unless I remove everything, right? So, it's people using Vroid as a base is the best thing you could do. That's what I did, right? The base itself is pretty, could use a lot of work, but at the end of the day, it's a good start, right? Modeling a head is way more complicated than drawing one, right? That's where the easy with patience and knowledge comes with, right? If you know how to model it in a really good way, like Shanzo does, man, Shanzo's amazing, dude. Let me just pull up his picture real quick. Shanzo. Shanzo is my other inspiration for actually coming back to 3D. Right? Just make that a little bigger. Okay. Because I've seen Shanzo's models and they are just amazing. He rigs them, textures them, and models them all by himself like I do. And they are so high quality, dude. I love it. So if you can't start like that, like I did, I tried modeling a head. Never again, dude. Nuh-uh. I'm good with the Vroid head. It's fine. Had an astounding idea. Please share with the class, L. Please share with the class. Fanboy, but no, L. No, denied. Derek would love that, but no. So the thing is, the only real parts that are Vroid are my head, technically, and any part that shows skin, which is like very rarely my arms and my hands. You don't see my hands because I wear gloves. There's a specific reason for that. But usually for me, it's just the head. The rest, well, it's gonna be covered up, so you don't really need to worry about the rest. What's important is to use the base as a stepping stone, right? Not as your crutch, essentially, right? People use it as a crutch more often than not. You'd be surprised. Sometimes I like to go on Twitch and go to the 3D VTuber tag to see who tag themselves like that. And most of the models I see that are obviously using Vroid have very, very similar characteristics. The face is the same. They got that Vroid face, right? Let me see if I can find it. Vroid. Oh, jeez, this is perfect. Oh, God. Alright. So this is the problem, right? This is what we call Vroid face. The face is exactly the same and the textures haven't really changed, right? So let me avoid Vroid. Void default. I call it the default. Right? So a lot of 3D VTubers that are using Vroid sadly suffer from, you know, the default virus, you know. Jim Jones, the cult leader, ran his own tool sling, but on more compact scale, it was called Jonestown. I like how Jason went from the Odyssey to freaking the cult of Jamestown in the matter of like 30 minutes. So yeah, that's the other problem with 3D is I feel like it gets a bad rap because of the default look. They're like, oh, it looks too similar to other, you know, models, and I don't want that. But it's like, well, yeah, your car is the same, but if you paint it differently, it's not. At the end of the day, right? You're kind of like, you're kind of avoiding there's a problem that you can solve that you're avoiding for no reason, right? Trying to get my hands on a laptop that at a base price is $910, but a family friend can get it for more than over. Oh, right, with that discount. I was gonna get Derek a new laptop, dude, for his birthday. Something really powerful that'll hold him over for the next couple of years. So, what else am I missing for 3D? Tech limitations, very cheap. I mean, the tech limitations is like, you know, it's debatable, you know, so it's a maybe. But, like, you know, where's the arrows? Look, it took me this long to put 2 and 2 together that your model is weird because it seemed a tad bit familiar. See, you can't even tell. You can't even tell because I changed the textures for one, right? I edited the parameters so it doesn't have like the same pudgy look, right? I made the eyes bigger too, right? Like if I get in close, right, you can see the eyes a little better. But the eyes themselves, I had to remodel because my eyes are 3D. The eyes in Vroid are 2D. They're just a texture basically. But mine actually have like parallax and stuff that I could do. You can really tell if I get closer. But yeah, Son Abbey and his political cult of personality would probably run his own Jamestown. Yeah, he would. He probably kind of does in a way, but he doesn't want to go out of his fancy mansion with air conditioning. So yeah. But where was I? ADHD autism. Audi HD. Because he has vast knowledge to pull out of his butt. And he changes topics like condoms and Rule 34. It's an interesting analogy. Let me think. What else is about 3D? I have seen very expensive models, right? But the thing is, since more people know how to do it, it's a little bit cheaper because there's more people that know how to do it. Yes, some people like Shanzo make incredible models, and I don't know how much he charges for them, but they could be a little more expensive, right? They could run you the same price range as a live 2D, right? But usually it's like in the couple hundreds, not thousands, like a live 2D, right? I'm out of pocket. So more people know how to do it. There's more tutorials on 3D as well of making that. Plus, the Vroid just slashes prices pretty much, dude. So, let me see. Minus cost, right? So, yeah, so having Vroid as an added bonus cuts the cost of this by, like, maybe, like, 70%, right? Because you still need to learn how to do a few other things here and there, but, yeah. Going straight to live 2D from PNG or 3D is like crapping your pants and changing your shirt. Not really. But yeah. Let me think. So the process itself for live 2D is complicated, but 3D also has the downside of having, well, what we call the process, right? Want to find an excuse to throw in my favorite analogy. Isn't Uma Musume just My Little Pony friendship is magic? No, because they're actually human, not anthropomorph. Well, I guess it's kind of anthropomorph. Whatever the heck that MLP is or whatever. Doesn't have gambling. That as well. Where was I? I lost my train of thought. Dang it. Right, this one has what's called the process, right? I'm running out of space here. The very, very scary process. So, okay. So, each of these has a process, but the process gets more complicated as you go, right? So, oh, somebody pulled a 10 pull. Mr. Kashu pulled a 10 pull. I need to make something better for that, but yeah. So, anyways, welcome to the stream, Mr. Kashu-chan. So each of these has a process, but the process actually gets complicated more the way you go from here to here, right? Gotta move that. Oh, what the heck? Ah! Thank you for the TNTL. Oh, it's funny. And for the engram. JRL Tolkien was an interesting man as an age. Yes, Jason. Alright. So, before I forget the process, right? So PNG, right? The cheapest one, simplest one. The process is very simple, right? You make a drawing, you make 2 drawings, and you put it in your PNG tubing software, right? That's what, 3 steps, right? Misspelled what I was gonna say. So that is very simple, right? 2 drawings, right? If anything, it's 1 drawing and you change the mouth. So if anything, 1 drawing. And then VTubing software is a PNG Tuber Plus. I forgot what it's called. It's like PNG Tuber Plus or whatever. Right? That's as simple as you get. Boom. 2 steps. 2 freaking steps. Now, to use L's analogy from earlier, right? Of crapping your pants and changing your shirt. This applies to that. So the process of going from PNG to Live 2D, right? The process for Live 2D is you have to draw it for one, right? But you have to cut it up into different pieces. That's how it works. So the hair is like one piece, but that gets cut up into even more pieces for strands that are in front of the hair versus in back of the head, right? And that's if your VTuber model is simple. If it's more complicated, you have to do bows and the eyes and the eyebrows, the mouth shapes, the hats, boobs, clothes, undershirt, everything. It's layered. It's a layered system that is very, very complicated because you could lose track of it real quick, right? Is Prism live for my streams? Get out the hamburger patties, like, oh, for fuck's sake. Okay. Somebody bookmark this in the chat right now. I'll be right back. Give me like 2 seconds. Bookmark that I was on the cutting process in Live 2D. I'll be right back. Oh man, okay. Alright, where were we? Alright. I use Prism Live for my streams. Just ask AI to make 3D model and fix it up like 20 minutes or future gods. Oh man, that is disgusting, dude. I've seen the topology those 3D models have. It's all. And the boobs have to have a mind of their own by legal requirements of female models. Guess we should just forget what he was talking about because I did. That Jason was taking notes. I have to say, was J.R. Token opposed to both fascism and communism? Something else since really the accuracy meaning faceless and brother. See, yeah, he did. That was fast. Somebody said boobs. All right, so actually on the topic of boobs, that's the next part. Is rigging, right? So rigging itself is like, you know, what gives it physics and what gives it makes it move and like mouth shapes and this and that, right? So that is the other process, and it's way more complicated in Live 2D because of the way it's set up. It's a little complicated. So Live 2D has the drawing, the cutting up of the drawing, the rigging, and then putting it in the VTuber software. That's 4 steps. So you go from 2 steps to 4 steps. Now, 3D gets a little more complicated for the process, right? I never want to say rigger when it applies to someone's role in Live 2D process. Well, that's the thing, though. It's still rigging. You're still adding weight to a mesh, in a sense, right? So 3D, oh boy. So 3D, you don't need to draw, so that's one upside, right? On the downside, you need to know how to do some other things. So for 3D, you need to know how. This is all if you're doing it yourself, by the way, but still applies to actually it applies to both anyway. So yeah. So 3D involves actually modeling the mesh, right? Texturing the mesh, right? But to do that, you need to unwrap the mesh, right? With UV unwrapping. That's that. Then you need to rig the mesh, right? see how it's getting complicated, right? So you model the mesh, UV unwrap the mesh, texture the mesh, rig the mesh, right? And then let me see the mesh. And then 3D gets a little more complicated because to put it in your VTuber software, right, you need to put it in through Unity, right? And that's where you do your physics stuff and your shaders and stuff like that. So that's that little bit of an extra step that a lot of people don't like to do. And then you put it in your VTuber software of choice. However, that might get complicated because you either have it a VRM or you have to put it into a very specific model type, right? Like Wardo uses a .wardo. Some other ones use different like suffixes or prefixes, whatever. Not saying anything related to anything we're talking about. And I thought it'd be funny to call you out specific. Yeah. So that's about 6 different things, right? So we go from 2 to 4 to 6, right? In escalation. Technically, you do need to learn how to draw for 3D if you're texturing, right? So 3D is the most complicated in terms of the process, right? So at the end of the day, we've reached like the last little bits, right? At the end of the day, 3D is technically the cheapest if you know how to do it, but it could still be expensive, you know. So it can be, you know, cheap or not, depending on you, really, you know. Oops, let me do that. 150. All right. I mean, if you cut the expense part out of all these, right? Because I guess I got to give my opinion on like which one I would prefer, obviously, but not. You know, obviously PNG's out of the way, right? But if you're dead broke and don't know how to draw, this might be your best option. Even commissioning an artist to draw a thing for you is very cheap, right? So at the end of the day, PNG is actually the cheapest still, right? Live 2D is the most aesthetically pleasing, which is what I was going for at first, right? But it being so complicated turned me off, and I was just like, oh, I can't, man. I can't, you know? So at the end of the day, 3D ends up being the winner for me personally because it's what I know how to do the most, right? I've had more experience with 3D for like 10 years now. I've been modeling and doing stuff for a long time. And for me, the process is so simple now. I've done it so many times. It's like an exercise. I know how to do it. But yeah. And what people tend to forget is you can actually make 3D look very 2D, right? I'm kind of an outlier, right? I still think it could use a little bit of work, but I've seen 3D models that look straight up 2D, and it's amazing. It's possible. It's very possible. VTuber lower is sometimes interesting, such as Rdtv being 20 foot tall. PNG tuber is my winner because I like drawing and not using my brain too much. Yeah. So L, you would probably like Live 2D if it wasn't as complicated as it was, right? Because all you really got to do is draw like once and a couple mouth shapes, and then yeah. But the whole process to use Live 2D is stupid, and I hate it. Now this is just a technical aspect of VTubing, not like marketing and streaming and networking and lore and all the other stuff. That's a topic that's not for me personally, right? I do the tech part of it, and yeah. Oh man, that talk lasted like what, an hour? A little more. But I finally actually kind of got to talk about it because this is like really interesting stuff. So yeah, moral and business aspect. Yeah, screw that. Yeah, all that's like other complicated stuff that even I don't really want to get into because it's a whole other bag of worms, But yeah. At the end of the day, I really want to vouch more for 3D, not only because of my bias towards it, but look at me, I have a cone on my head. You can't do that with Live 2D. You can't do that with PNG VTubing, right? Hold up. I could do this. Watch. Look at my cone. Oh, the cone! It disappears and comes back. You can't do that! You can't do that, boy! Oh, man. I mean, arguably, you could just draw it onto your model and just put it on there in the PNG. Actually, post this in propaganda for funsies. I will. I'll post it. I'm going to post it on Twitter later on, too. I'm going to get flack for it. J.R.R. Tolkien supported the nationalist forces in the Spanish Civil War as the Republican forces were shooting and killing Roman Catholic Christians, and he was one himself. Oh yeah, he was in the Spanish Civil War. I forgot about that. That war was funny as heck. Yeah, but 3D, I think out of all these, 3D is probably the most flexible, right? Let me move this down. Most flexible. And the reason it's the most flexible is because of programs like Warudo, right? I can do all sorts of cool things in Warudo, right? And re-exporting a model, I don't have to redrive. Oh my god, dude! Sake, dude. Give me 1 second. I gotta. Oh my god, my dad's the only one that calls me from the freaking living room to tell me some dumb crap, man. He didn't support them because he supported fascist state. He supported them because the far left forces were shooting and killing Christians, priests, and nuns, and far right forces. So Civil War was a mess. Anyway, so what was I before I was rudely interrupted by my dad? I hate when people interrupt me so much, dude. Most flexible. Right, so if I want to do changes to the model, the process is like I have to redo some of it, right? I'm going to show you guys later today in a bit. But to be fair, it's not as complicated as Live 2D, right? I mean, at the end of the day, you could just redraw. You can just draw one thing or whatever in your model here, and you could just draw a whole model for PNG. But when it comes to Live 2D, it's like if you want a different outfit altogether, you're gonna have to do everything from scratch, recut it up, and then put it on the thing, and that's complicated. For 3D, you could you can model it, yeah, but you can also reuse assets, right? It's easier at the end of the day. and it's like very, very flexible, right? Plus, with VTubing software like Wardo here, we can do, you know, dumb stuff. Like, I can have this hat. You guys can throw stuff at me. You guys can throw stuff at me that sticks, like that TNT, which was amazing. I don't even know how I did that. I still don't remember how I did that. You could drop a freaking snack bomb on me, for crying out loud, right? I can have the siren that we use for the RoboCop streams that actually has a light and it spins. You know, that's cool. Yeah, exactly like that. Thank you, El, for illustrating my point. And then I could just pop back in like that. That's cool. Like, you can't do that with Live 2D or PNG. Live 2D, I've seen people get props thrown at them. I don't know how the heck that works, but it's not as good as 3D. So, yeah. Yes, and you can snack bomb me like that. Thank you, El. Oh, crap. Ah! Oh, man. I still don't know how to fix those physics, by the way. So, what the heck's my music, dude? What is this, like, dark, like, freaking... Okay, I'm gonna switch my music real quick, because I don't know why this changed to, like dark punk. What do we do? What do we pick? What do we pick? What do we pick? We'll go with Moonbound. Let's go there. Perfect. Gerald Tolkien referred to Adolf Hitler as Rudy Little Ignoramus, which shows he rightly despises him. Keep the physics on the jacket. It's funny. Well, yeah, of course I will. So, yeah, Live 2D only has one software, one program. PNG has a few. 3D also has a few, but I think the industry standard should be Wardo because of how easy it is to access and do stuff. Plus, the devs are always updating and they're always talking to people. So it's like, yeah. Also, big thing. In terms of expression, 3D probably has the best one. Right? Let me just make this a little smaller so I could fit all this. I will take this to my grave that 3D is the most expressive, and you guys are gonna see why right now. Okay, so nope, don't move that. Move that. Okay, 100. Dude, if I post this on Twitter, you think people are gonna be mad at me? All the other VTubers, dude. I don't care. It'd be funny though. Alright, there we go. Alright, so why is it the most expressive, right? Well, I've seen Live 2D models with amazing tracking, right? It's very good. It was, I believe it was Doki Bird and I think Snuffy had some really good tracking, right? Because it uses, what's it called? It's the thing by Apple. It's on the iPhone. iFacial mocap, right? So 3D and Live 2D both use iFacial mocap for that. You need an iPhone obviously for it, but it's the tracking for that is like it's 1-to-1, and both of them use it, but I think 3D is a little bit more expressive because it has full body tracking. You could very easily, I could easily put on some gloves and some trackers and move around like during the almost like VR, right? Almost like when the during some of the meme streams, how I have like the hand tracking, right? I could have full body. I have all the trackers I need. It's very possible. It's kind of hard right now because it's hot, but it's way more expressive because of full body, and because I think you could do a little bit more with the iFacial mocap, right? He also referred to Joseph Stalin as a bloodthirsty murderer, which he also rightly despised him as well. Yeah. So like a few little things that this has as well. You don't notice I can't show you on this model because I don't have any real pendulum physics, right? But I have worked with models before where in Wardo, if you like let's say I open my eyes wide, right? like the ears on top of their head would perk up. Like I could do that in Warudo, and it's amazing. Right now, the only pendulum physics I kind of have are my eyes. If I get close and I open them wide, the pupil shrinks and the eyes kind of shrink. Let me see if I could show you. If I get closer, right? Right? And when I blink, they kind of like jiggle a little bit, right? You can do that in Live 2D, but it's way more complicated. In here, I just set up a couple of blend shapes and a couple of like parameters. That's it. Boom, had it. Right out the door. And the ear thing, you can even do that without having to rig anything. It's amazing. Sometimes you could skip the whole rigging process altogether. 3D also has animations too that Live 2D doesn't have, you know? So, animations. Technically, Live 2D can have animations, right? But if you're going that far to include the animations in your model, you're seeing like a couple $100 markup because those are even more complicated. So yeah, that's pretty much it. So today we'll be going through the process really of 3D. Oh, we've kind of went through most of this already, right? I mean, J.R.R. Tolkien wanted to create an epic mythology to what he saw as a cultural wasteland that was Britain under industrialization. Maybe we should bring him back to see what happened now with Britain. So yeah, I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna post it on Twitter later. Just put that on my thing here, and I'll post it in the server later too. All right, so let's actually get to work now, shall we? Unity. All right. So we have done the process of actually importing the model in. So we already kind of skipped like that. So this is the actual process of putting it through Unity, which itself is a very complicated process, all things considered, right? So I have to do read and write, legacy blend shape normals, put it into humanoid, apply. Okay, and then I gotta check to make sure the bones are in the right spots, right? Which seems like I might be missing one. Hold up. Hair flaps, left eye, shoulder, knife ready, shoulder. Wait a minute, where is it? Holster, hinge, and that's... Okay, so it is here. So this should be... Yeah, okay. And then we have the knife, right? Hold up, which one is it? The shoulder, that one should have the radio and the knife. There we go. Okay, so they're there. Okay, everything, and the knee pads should also have knee pad left, knee pad right. Okay, sweet. So everything came through except this part. For some reason that never works. Okay, done. All right. I got low quality copper. Jason, I don't know what that means. Right. Animation, no animations, materials. And you know what the best part is? This is probably one of the parts I like about 3D the most, right? The way that I make things, if I make an animation for this character, right, that I have this model, I can reuse that same animation with basically all my other models. It costs me nothing. I don't have to re-rig anything. I don't have to retarget anything because it shares the same rig hierarchy with the naming of the bones and this and that. So it's like, I don't gotta change nothing. Do you need a sobriety test or to piss in a cup? We was kings and shit. Alright, now we export the textures here and the materials. Okay, extract material. Okay. I think he does. Okay, so we've done that. Okay, so now I gotta bring the model over now. Apply. Okay, now you might be thinking to yourself, where is everything? Well, my friends, that is where the fun begins. That should concern he's high. I hope not. None of you pricks better be high, or else I'm friggin' gonna kick you in the teeth myself. Alright. Outline. So this is where the magic happens. It's Boyomi! Don't I look amazing? Look at my freaking eyebrows, dude. You look awesome. Now. It's okay if I'm intoxicated because I kind of have to be. Look. When it comes to certain medications and some alcohol, I'll allow it, right? Like with Trench. He gets tipsy sometimes, but that makes him cute. So, let me look for my module here. I think Winter Uniform uses some of the similar ones, right? Equipment Atlas here. See, the way I do things, right, with my models is they do share some material, kind of, right? So I do like that, and I should paste that. Okay. I saw those absurd claims that every ancient civilization culture ranging from the ancient Egyptians were. That's a very stupid thing. I've never really heard that. I heard that from some people, I think, but no one believes that. Also, me with my cuddle pills. Oh, that's funny. So this is probably like the most boring part of doing this, considering it's really just me copying and pasting materials. I have to do this twice, by the way. So yeah, it's not really. Let me close that. Close that one. So I have the alpha. Okay, alpha decals. That's this one. Okay. Material. Alpha decals. Paste. Okay. Retards believe that ancient Africa was some Wakanda-esque civilization. Oh crap, I forgot I exported the outline back on one of these. That. Okay, if it doesn't affect anything, I'll leave it. Okay, and that should be a color index. Just here. I'm also just pretty lazy, so for the most part, me having like standardized like materials and stuff really just kind of like well, makes it easier for me, you know. Right, that's the M29 revolver texture. That one's like universal, so it's gotta get that. M29. Okay. Now we'll start from the top. So we start with body texture. This one. Okay, body texture. Bottom massage machine, go. Okay, then it's the eye whites. Now, the only problem with using Vroid is sometimes it has a little too many materials, right? And my models tend to be a little bit bloated on the material side. Like, it's just too many materials and I should be able to compress them a little bit better. But I get lazy, and at the end of the day, it doesn't really affect the model that much. Unless you're putting this in a game engine or something, it's not really that big of a worry, right? Blender is just the same level of complexity as FL Studio. I'd argue it's a little bit simpler because I've seen FL Studio, right? If it's any similar to Cakewalk, then it's a little intimidating, but to someone that knows their FL Studio, probably a little bit easier, yeah. They're called the Hoteps, and they're black nationalists who sincerely believe that ancient Egypt was home to raise mighty black Superman that civilized and cultured the cave-dwelling Europoids. Oh, I'm going to call them that from now on. Europoids. Black races. Yeah, pretty much. All right, let's see. The face. Okay. Look at that. Look at it. It's coming. It's coming together, boys. It's coming together. We'll do mouth. Okay. Pick up mouth. Copy. Paste. I'll show you guys what I meant when I said my eyes are 3D. Because before, my eyes actually used to just be flat, like a flat texture. But I saw this cool thing and I wanted to do it, and I did it and it worked. Okay, paste material. Okay. I need that racism against whites meter to match the other races. That's quality, right? Claims that ancient alien levels of idiocy. Okay, let's keep the idiocy down to a minimum, though. Eyes, okay. Copy. Didn't know they were claims. Anybody could claim anything. I could be claimed to be a doctor. That don't make me one. Giorgio can claim that freaking ancient aliens built like his mother's like refrigerator, but that doesn't make it true. It just makes him an idiot. Copy material. You could stay a little bit off topic. It's not like you're gonna listen to me anyways. I'm just saying, let's keep some of the dumber stuff in like, you know, out of here. Your hair. You guys know I don't usually ask these things, so yeah, not reprimanding anybody. Not gonna throw anybody in the gulag yet. Hair back. I think that's okay. That material should be right. Okay, copy. See how most of these materials that I'm copying over are just ones that I've used before from my other models, because they're standardized. I don't have to worry about, redoing it, because remaking materials gets annoying. I've done it several times before. We have to be smarter than me. I think that's a good benchmark. If you want to be the benchmark for the intelligence of the chat, sure, L. I'm not saying you guys are dumb, but I'm just saying I'm not expecting that much. It's my chat after all. Revolver and holster. Okay. Base material. I've already accepted I'm the dumb of every group who says something smart occasionally. I don't really sure if I have a meta for that yet. I don't know if I've known you guys long enough to really be the judge of intelligence, right? If you guys want me to, sure. But then again, I'm not really too intellimagentic myself. Intellimagenta. Oh, wait a minute. I think I know what has the outline. The cap has the outline, doesn't it? Crap, yeah, okay. I might be able to fix that. There's no good benchmark. It was kooky black nationalism that created the racist mythology of Jade. Okay, like, see, that's what I mean. Like, that's... Just keep the kooky racism out of the chat, okay? Oh. Okay, let me think. Because I usually control the... Because if I get rid of the outline material, that might... No. That's not going to matter because it's... I'm a little bit confused here. Translation. Like I said, stay off topic if you want. Just anything bringing up like the race stuff, probably not a good place. Like politics, even I'm like a little bit like inclined to talk about. Okay, why is it still there? 143. The outline is trying to think. It'd be funny if he gets banned if he did this. Let me think. Because here's what's controlling this, but I specifically set it to 0, so it shouldn't be showing. Oh, there we go. I made it transparent. That worked. What if I do cutout? Because then that takes away the outline from it altogether, doesn't it? Oh, no. Wait a minute. I'm just dumb. There we go. Now the outline's back. I just have a thing where I like flat colors because it stands out more. Yeah, I like the flat shading. I don't like the 3D like PBR shading. Okay, so we gotta make it like that, and we gotta make it cut out. And there we go. Sweet. All right, so this is what I mean by my eyes are 3D, right? So this is what they look like from the front, right? Looks pretty normal, but here's the big but, right? Check it out. They actually have depth, right? That's really cool. I love that little, like, it's so subtle. It's a subtle detail, but it makes the eyes pop out more. Yeah. And the way to do this was so complicated that I forgot how to do it, so I've just been copying and pasting it ever since. But yeah. So now we have to actually, let me save first off. Oh man, guys, you know we're eating burgers today, but that's making me some burgers. Oh crap! Actually, that reminds me. One sec, I'll be right back. Oof. What? What then? Later because I'm busy right now. Stupid thing. Oh, yeah, okay. Ugh. I just realized my my underpants had a hole in them for some reason. So let's not talk about that. Alright, anyways, where was I? Let's see, I can't see any of this from now on, like Filipino burger, steak and gravy. Are Filipinos just Hispanic American? Hispanic Asians, pretty much. They're the Mexicans of Asia. So we're cool like that. Alright, anyways, where were we? Here. Alright, so now I have to actually make the materials for the stuff that I don't have. So this is for the gloves. I think the cowboy model that I have has a similar glove texture. So I'm going to borrow that. Cowboy boots, cowboy gloves. Alright. Alright. Base material properties. Now, here is the thing though. When you reuse certain textures that aren't part of this, right? You get complicated stuff like this. So, I have to actually set the texture for this properly. Which is not that hard. Actually, as a whole, Mexico is so big that there's more than one culture. Same with the Philippines. Okay, let me find the actual texture for it, though. Alright, we have the jacket, the pants, the gloves, and the boots. I think that's all 4 extra textures. I have to bring those in. South of the Philippines is noticeably more Islamic than Luzon because of its proximity to Indonesia. Yeah, right. I forgot about that. There's like some bad stuff over there. Okay, opaque, and we want this to be cut out. Right, yes. Okay. The body texture, I believe I'm using a different one than normal. Let me check in Blender real quick here. The hands have body texture. Crap. Also, the most reputation in firearms history. Wasn't the Philippines as a country named after the Spanish king from the Habsburg dynasty? That I actually don't know, but I don't know a lot about the history of the Philippines. Probably should, because I know a lot of them. I have a lot of Filipino friends. More Filipino warriors were responsible for the U.S. adopting 1911 and 1897. Based? Uber based. Okay, so I need the body texture. Where did I put that? That one's with gloves. That one is... Wait a minute. What is this using then? How come this one's using... Let me see. Shading. I'll know right now. Oh, it's just called no gloves. Maybe it's in here. No gloves. Huh? Where the heck is it then? It's in my off-duty textures? What? Hold up. UV editing. No gloves. Why would that be in the off-duty? The off-duty is literally the model I'm using right now. That one has the gloves too. Mexico's a narco state. Yes, it is. At least have the courtesy to when rooting for Spain in the World Cup. We know modern Spain is more cool than Imperial Spain. I don't know, man. I think Imperial Spain was kind of cool, actually. It's like counterintuitive in the sense it's like calling every German. La Reconquista. Open. Okay, let me see if I can find this. It's Blender stuff and it's off-duty textures. I don't remember setting that to its own thing. Off-duty. Off-duty textures. When did I do this? No gloves. Huh. Interesting. Let me bring that in here. Okay. I know I'm not the sensitive type, but I actually looked at comment personally about Imperial Spain. What? What? Why? Oh, I mean, they probably did oppress like people in the Caribbean and here and there and stuff, but they were kind of based to some degree. Imperial Spain was on the same type of crime picture. Oh, okay. Okay, when you put it like that, it makes me feel a little bad, you know. Could have just been like, no, you dummy, it's this thing. That's the wrong one. What am I doing? Material. This one. Okay, outline, shading. I'll just do the shading right now. Screw it. Okay, hue. Flexion and specular. Make this a little bit more. Because this is supposed to be like leather, kind of. Like synthetic leather. Okay. And the depth rim light should also be like a bluish color. They had the reasons because they got Spain to F. What about Imperial Mexico? Imperial Mexico was kind of chill, but then again, I'm gonna say this right now, right? As someone that knows their Mexican history, right? Mexico has been nothing but a corrupt state since its inception until this day, and you can't deny that. Like, nobody can tell you otherwise. That is literally exactly what it is. Okay, it's not being offensive or anything to the Mexicans because it's true. Okay, they know it. Heck, they're living through it right now. Okay, shading, body, that should be... Okay, it's for both, okay. Just how it is, Aztec Empire was into humans. Well, the Aztecs are a whole other thing, and I'm honestly kind of glad they're gone. Kind of glad they're gone, dude. I'm sorry, but like, the stuff that Spain did in, like, the what's it called? The Conquistadors? Some of it was messed up, but not necessarily against it. Just saying, right? Okay, so I need the jacket for this. That is this one. Oh, look at that! That's looking good, dude. Okay, depth rim light. Should probably make it a little bit more blue. Should probably change the gloves one to be a little bit more blue too. That. Ah, there we go. There we go. But it's blue. You know what? We'll make it green for the jacket. Okay. Let's see. Let me copy this color. Okay, make it a little brighter. Look at that. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, looks good. Is there a way to make it more mix or add? Add and replace. Add color brightness. I don't know if it's effed up in my rating, but the crack company did end up monopolizing the drug trade in Mexico, state of the United Continent. North America, in their lore, Aztecs refer to themselves as the Mexica in their native language. The funny part is that Elliot kind of forgot about it after. It's about being a leader. Alright, so what if I do replace full, add full? Okay. I like having that like little bit of like a rim light on my models. Okay, now what am I looking at here? What the heck? What is going on? Oh, wait a minute, wait a minute. I was like, what's going on? It has a normal map that I forgot to add. So let me actually fetch those right now. Oh, wait, I haven't made normal maps for these. Ooh, okay, we get to make some normal maps. Let's go check this out. So let me actually make some right now. He is the type who hates micromanaging, so he kind of hates people, has people in charge of their own thing and being there with the underlings instead of having them to do dirty work for the superior. I like that. I can respect that. All right. So give me 1 second while I make a grayscale texture and then make it a normal map. Generic normal. Oh wait, I should probably do 2 of these. And then turn this into a normal map. Okay, leave that there, and then do this one. It's also much, is because micromanaging takes too much effort and it's kind of lazy about it, and also puts effort into slime problem himself. Yeah, I don't like liking to do managerial stuff, man. It's annoying. Okay, let's see. Ba, 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 ba. Wait a minute, what did I do? Hold up. Ah, dang it, I have to do it again. Okay. So that one has it popping up. So this one, generic, normal map, flips that. Right. Doesn't the Mexican cartel literally have narco tanks? They're like armored vehicles. Yeah, it's... I don't know, dude. It's like complicated to answer. Okay, that like that. Now, where do I have to... Okay, so we need to erase this for the name tag. Jason Crack defeated the South in the Second American War through sheer violence not seen by anyone. Okay, fix that. Okay, now that needs to pop. That's fine. These need to be holes. Okay, that's fine. The zipper needs to pop. The little thing on the belt needs to pop. That's fine. The stitching. Root out pedals by hanging them by the foot and hacking them with the blades and whacking them with the baseball bats and clubs. They didn't have to, but it was funny to turn them into a piñata. Oh, piñatas are always fun for the whole family. I think I have to erase this. Actually, no, I have to erase that. Okay, and then this. Okay. That bit stays up. This bit is... I think that bit could stay like that. Oh, that's where I forgot to... I had the texture that I needed to add to the front and I forgot to add it. Ah, whatever. I'll leave it like that for now. I'm dumb. Okay, export as jacket. Normal map. Okay, export. Now I gotta do this for like every little thing. Store a Gustav cannon and launch chunky remains out of it. Varvar chunk, yes. Chunky boy. Alright, that's one down. Now I need to bring in... I guess I could show you guys what I'm doing. Because it's like, not that interesting, but it's like, you know... it's part of like game dev in a way too. Colorize. I mean, this is supposed to be kind of a learning stream too, so like I guess it's best if I show you guys. So I'm making normal maps for the textures. So you guys have probably seen these. These are normal maps. Why? They also do firing squads differently. They have the first squad run full auto on the target and reload a second mag, and second squad has machine guns and shotguns. Third is artillery. Okay, all right, bud. Waste of munitions, but okay. Okay, so these are the pants. So gotta remove this. Okay, that, okay. Not a waste if they had a good excuse. Sure, we'll go with that, I guess. Your Honor, it's not a hate crime if I enjoyed it. Same stupid argument. Right, do that, this. Okay, now I think... Okay, remove this, that, this, that. I think most of this is probably gonna be Most of this is probably going to be that bottom texture then. Why did you think they were chunky salsa? What? So sure no one checking out. Doesn't Brazil have the finest women in Latin America? I mean, people keep saying that, but honestly, dude, I don't think so. I think it's... See, that might be subjective, but, like... I think it's just a select few, really. But, yeah. I mean, some of those Salvadorian girls are pretty cute. Okay, so that. Alright, so that's the normal map for the pants. Pants, normal, map, super map. I don't know, but it's because I see people as people more than half of the time. Fair. Okay, so we did that. Alright, the gloves need a normal map as well. Colorize. Oh, wait a minute. Don't I need a... I think I actually need to have a background for this. Otherwise, it messes up the maps. Okay. Much down. Colorize. Okay. A little bit brighter. And then... normal map. Usually, you wouldn't really use normal maps for a... like stylized model, but I like having that extra little detail, to be fair. You guys will see in a bit. I'll show you right now. Like how if 45 people would kill a white person the same as a Venezuelan, that's not a good analogy, but also it's equally worthless. Yeah, I mean, I've seen that. I've seen people literally say like that exact same thing. I'm just like, whatever. I really don't care, man. Okay, the gloves seem to mostly be where they need to be, so I don't have to make any edits for that. Gloves, normal map. How long have I been going for? 2:48, 2 hours and 40. That's not bad. Then ask Cambodia how well communism worked out for them. What are you talking about? Pol Pot is like the best communist ever. Even had a funny name. We did that. The boots. When you do the boots. Gonna get a bite. Alright, I'll bring me some back, please. I'm kind of hungry a little bit. And Papa making burgers. Let's go. Filters. Normal map. He did have a very funny name. What kind of stupid name is Pol Pot, man? What an idiot. Then he goes and he kills like 10 million people or whatever. I don't freaking know. Okay, so these are the boots textures. I don't think we needed to do anything for these. Yeah, these are fine. Boots are normal map. Alright. Can you be evil and have a serious name? Exactly. Okay, so now we go back to Unity. Unity. Regresar la unidad, yes. And we bring all those normal maps that we just used. Bring them in here. Right, and we go to the... We'll start with the gloves, right? So, the gloves, right, have these little ridges, right? Now, textures are one way to get good detail onto these models, but normal maps are a step up, right? So if you add a normal map, if I add a normal map to this, right? This will be the fingerless gloves one, right? Now we fix that and boom, nothing happened. Wow! That is not true. See that? See that? The little crevasses are getting a little detail, right? Because normal maps determine how the light like changes and affects these things, right? You'll probably see it more better on the actual jacket in a bit here. That wasn't his actual name. It was Saloth Sar. He chose the name Pol Pot because it means political potential in French or something. Well, it's a stupid name anyways. Communism is the only ideology whose followers are in denial how their ideology doesn't work. I think the people that believe in communism aren't actually communists themselves. Boots, jacket. Okay, that's the jacket. Jacket. Okay. Mark it there. Alright. So let's see if we can see it a little bit better here on the jacket, right? Look at that. A little bit of extra detail here. I don't know why it's not working on there, but like it makes things pop out a lot more, right? Yeah, so I need to make it like intense for it to really be that much of a difference, but it's a little detail and I like it better. Alright, next is the boots. Not the boots with the fur. Copy. Paste. Okay. Textures. Boots. Okay, and then the normal map for the boots is this one. Okay. I think they're the type who just finished their freshman year of college and are lecturing a Cuban defector and who escaped on a mattress how Cuba's communism was real. I've seen that meme, dude. Don't ask the city of Phnom Penh about Tol Zeng and the atrocities that were committed by the Khmer Rouge. Like, I think a lot of the college kids that are, socialists or communists, right, are, like, it's so weird how they think that, like, oh, what would you do when the communists take over? It's like, oh, I'll be like a poet or whatever and have like a little commune and stuff. And it's like, are you guys like actually dumb and didn't study this at all? Like, what? You do realize that that's like, you're not gonna be, they're hippie socialists, right? A lot of these kids are hippie socialists that don't know what the heck they're talking about. They didn't study history, they didn't do any of this, blah, 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 blah. But that's beside the point, right? Why is that not blue? That should be blue. The college socialists, hippie socialists, whatever the heck you want to call them, it's like the same dumb thing and they're idiots. Okay. Okay, a little bit more gray. There we go. Look at that. Shine! Oof! Love it. They're gonna have poems that will be public because it's gonna be against the state. Yeah, and you can't own property. You can't do this. You can't do that. So it's like you're just dumb, man. You just don't know what the heck you're talking about. Let's see. This is for the pants, right? Right. Let's see. Texture, pants, this one, and the normal map for pants is here. Okay. Okay. Okay, I don't know if the commander's pants are like have a leather, like a leathery thing to them. I think we'll take that off for now. Oh, wait a minute. That'll take this off, right? Yeah, because that's part of the pants. Might need to make a mask for that then. Khmer Rouge literally means the red Cambodian, and they actually refer to themselves as the Communist Party of Cambodia. Oh, Cambodia, you are interesting. Soldier riding on. Okay, now let me remember. Does white mean yes and black mean no? Or is it the other way around? Control IX. Okay. Right, and then we export as pants mask metal map. Philippines People's Power Revolution of the 80s spawned my favorite lost media gun. A gun? AWSM. Oh crap, what the heck was that? MP 11911 machine pistol. It's the name implies it's full auto 1911 clone. I've seen full auto 1911s before. Reflections and specular split mass pack. Okay, I think that's where we have to bring it into. Pol Pot is in infinite wisdom took the ideas of Maximilien Robespierre, French Revolution, such as the year 1, but he named it year 0. And the guy looks weird. Like, he looks like he's drunk or high or something. Okay. It's to be a little bit metallic. Light. A little smooth. Specular. Reflection. But I feel like that's not really affecting it much. Da 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 da. Okay, leave that like this. Okay. Maximilien Robespierre. Keep alive. I just wanna know you're silent. I don't want you know. Okay, the jacket needs a little bit. I think something is. Here we go. It's tinging it a little bit. I'll be back again. Okay, this one should be a little lighter. Okay. Oh, I'm already getting hungry though. Oh, I hate this. I hate this feeling. Total slang and the atrocities that were committed there were comparable to that of the Second World War. I'm not really too versed in like the killing fields and all the other stuff that happened in Southeast Asia during all this. A little bit off. Metallic smooth. Forced fallback advance. First Fresnel reflection, no. Pixel normal. Lit fallback. Dang, is there no way for this to... Probably not, actually. Reflections and specular. Depth and light shadow. Communism should work. Why do disproportionate amount of people die because of something the leaders said they should do? If communism works, then why are people leaving it so much? And why are people not leaving this country? It's literally the argument. Right, smoothness metallic. Leave it a little bit of metallic. Ooh, kind of like that though. Ooh, okay. Specular strength, reflection. Not really that metallic. Alright. You and me, what I feel. A destiny, what a fool. Alright, we'll leave it like that. That looks fair, right? Looks nice. They needed to create a classless society, but no one knows how to properly define a classless society. Yeah, because they're like, oh, and then the workers will control the means of production. Oh, but they need someone to lead them. And then it's literally Animal Farm. Anybody that hasn't read Animal Farm 1984 does not have an opinion on this. Literally just saying, okay? And even if they have and they still believe that, then you're just complete and utter idiots, dude. Okay, little commander knife and the walkie-talkie. Vietnam only got off good enough because they switched to a better form of socialism. Losing people migrate and not immigrate is to find work. Yeah, exactly. It's still a semi, it's not a very rich country to say the least, but so the knife We could probably use... Oh, crap. The revolver's thing here. Okay. Oh, now I need to make normal maps for those too, though. Knife. Okay. Remove that. Make it cut out. I want your soul. Don't think about for tomorrow. Don't bet hours on. Sort of works, and they haven't collapsed yet, so it's fine, I guess. True, I guess they haven't collapsed. Yeah. Pol Pot was also heavily inspired by Mao Zedong as well, and I think all the communist leaders of the Cold War, since he thought he was an idiot. I mean, I'm not surprised, right? Because Mao was like one of the dumbest people in history, right? Idiot declared war on the sparrows, and the frickin' sparrows won. Because he killed so many sparrows that ended up causing a famine. Like, bro, are you dumb? You know what? Don't answer that. I know you're dumb. Alright, let's get the knife, because I don't think the knife has a normal map. So, yep. Generic normal map. Should I make 2 of these? Generic. Okay, I leaned back in my chair and I forgot that the camera is different now. I'm actually calibrate. Or would you guys prefer me down here? There we go. Let me just calibrate. The rising sun of the red sun is for some reason a bop, and I hate myself for remembering the first part of the pronunciation. Which one? The that one? Papa was a malicious idiot. Yeah, he's the worst kind. Yeah, Red Sun is like such a dumb song, dude. I feel like we pulled a reverse Yankee Doodle on them, where it's like, you know, we're playing their own song against them because it sounds dumb. Okay. Let me just make sure everything here. Like laser cut looks better. Alright, that's fine. Alright. Export as normal map. Okay. And next we do the walkie-talkie. Who walking and talking? Colorize. Okay, multiply, colors, colorize. Already colorized, I'm dumb. Generic, normal map. Okay. Okay. Zimbabwe ironically got its name from the medieval stone architecture built by the Showa people known as Great Zimbabwe. Louisiana ain't real if you don't believe in ghosts. It's just more Mississippi and Alabama. That's right. Okay. That should be like this. And those should pop out. Amazing. Alright, export. Normal map. Normal. Alabama. Zimbabwe itself isn't great at all and had legendary hyperinflation. I mean, no African country was ever great. Let's be honest here. I don't believe the lies. Alright, so this was the knife sheath. Which one is it? Knife sheath. Okay, that one. Or not knife sheath, just knife. And boom, bada bim, bada boom.
is fixed. Amazing. Now, does this one have the, what's it called? The proper shading for this? Ooh, ooh, look at that. Ooh. Looking good. Botswana is the only stable democracy in Africa because of AIDS. It's kind of messed up, but alright. Okay. Specular tint. Specular metallic. Okay, bring the metallic down. Or increase a little bit. Smoothness, specular, a little bit less. Less reflection. Should probably make these neutral actually. Now as for the rim lighting, I don't know if I want it to be that intense, so. This, something like that, very minimal. Guess what? Surround that time. Oh, Bubbly L gonna be coming up in the house. All right, the walkie-talkie. Let's probably reuse the settings from this one. Okay. This is like a very rare stream because I don't usually stream my models when I'm making them because I prefer them to be more secretive, but this one I kind of don't mind it being more public. What are you doing? Why is it not applying that texture? This one. There we go. Yes, I'm still watching. Shut up. Don't ask the Derg who governed over communist Ethiopia and the man who was responsible for the Ethiopian Red Terror. I'ma ask him, Jason. I'ma ask him what's up. Okay, now we can keep this one the same as it is. Just make the lighting for this one a little bit more blue. Okay. Make this one a little bit more metallic. Specular strength. I'll leave it like that. Oh man, we're looking amazing. I think we're almost done with the materials. Your girls here, I'll probably have better patience than Spicy Hell. Mangitsu Ella Mariam is the man what the Ethiopian government wanted to have their hat on a pike if he's ever caught. Well, we better hope he doesn't get cut then. Alright. Shading. I think I could change the shading for the holster now. No, wait. What? What is this tied to? This literally has no material tied to it. What the heck? Or am I dumb? I gotta be dumb, right? What? That single button? The single button is part of... Okay. So what's going on again? Whenever I arrive, I don't know what's going on. In streams, well, after a very long VTuber rant on how, actually I don't even remember, but we had a long VTuber rant and we're working on my Girls Frontline 2 commander model. And we are currently doing the materials. I need to remember though what the heck this is tied to in terms of material because I don't remember. It's not the canteen. It's not this. The heck? Also, Jason's telling us the history of communist Africa.
During the Ethiopian Red Terror, he left dead bodies out in the streets in the capital city of Abidbadbe. Adidas and the family members of those people had to pay money to the vanguards for bullets. Oh, I remember reading about that. That's messed up. Yeah, I'm just gonna ignore Jason for the time being now. I do wonder if he's behind in the stream. I think he isn't. Okay, what the heck is the holster tied to then? Revolver and holster texture. Hold up. Remove. Oh, it's the color index. I'm stupid. Why is it the color index? Did I not? Huh. So what else is the color index tied to then? Let me see. Make it bright pink so I can see what it is. Nothing else? Are you serious? Just the holster itself? Okay. Well, I mean, that makes things a little easier. Make the rim lighting a little bit more reddish now. That. Okay. There we go. Okay. The torso, the dead bodies were eaten, you mean? The torso? What do you mean by the torso, Al? The torso? Okay, I think all of the everything should be in order. I'm gonna make the gloves a little bit more reflecty though. That means I gotta make it a little bit metallic. Smoothness at specular. Why is it not like affecting it that much? What the heck? Oh, there we go. Okay, it's a little bit complicated. Okay. Hyenas ate the dead bodies of the people who were massacred by the authoritarian socialist military dictatorship that was communist Ethiopia. El had an Ethiopia today. What did El have as Ethiopia today? I don't really need curvy hips. It'd be nice, but I don't need them. Curvy hips hurt though. If you're trying to sleep on your side, it hurts. Not that I'd know, but I'm just saying. Alright, so that is the shaders done. Now, here is the dumb part about how I do things. I have to export this twice. One says a VRM, one says the Wardo model. So, let me see. VRM, export to VRM 0. Oh, I need to select the item first. Okay, export to VRM 0. Title. GFL. Commander model. V1T1. Version V1T1. Author is the Bucky himself. Right. Export. And we just export it back into the GFL Commander. Right. Alright. I already sleep at an angle with my 7 pillows. I feel a thing in my head. Oh man, I moved my bed up against the wall at a different angle, so it's like I have to sleep on the other side that I hadn't slept for over in years, and my shoulder kind of hurts a little bit. I hope it's not permanent, because that really hurts. Feel dizzy? Uh-oh. Oh, if you need to take a break, go take a break. Drink some water, take a nap, you know, just take care of yourself. Oh, I need to spray myself again. Ah, Julia Brion. Ah. Bro, it's 73 still. It was 78 earlier, but oh man. Hey Cuddles, you know what I mean? I don't care how sweaty you are. Imagine these headpats as hug. Aww. Headpat. Aww.
That's heat pat. Ooh. One cone. Oh, it's a different version of oh, through my blood. Yes. Or is it war cry? And this misery. Oh, thanks for the head panel. No, I don't want a heat pat. No, no heat, please. It's not done exporting yet, is it? No. Kind of drunk. That's how you can tell. Alright, so now we have to do that kind of over again, but not really. I just gotta fix the materials. And then, I mean, then again, it does get a little more complicated than that, but like, you know what I mean. The tip nose. The Tipanese. Alright. So this part is long, tedious, and kind of boring, so I don't blame anybody for not sticking around. Paste, paste. Okay. When I come of age, I'd try spiked lemonade. Oh, jeez. Okay. I'm gonna tell you right now, don't get into alcohol, alright? You're free to do what you want, but like, just don't. It's just poison. I ain't never drunk in my entire life, as much as people say I need it. Then again, I'm a little bit on the not so, you know, sane side, I guess. Okay. Then again, like, I deal with stress and like other little tidbits, like other ways, you know. I don't need to drink. I don't need to beat people up. I don't need to break things. I have other outlets. It more of treat it more of a treat than a substance. Okay, fair enough. If it's only like once in a while, then yeah, you know. It's good to stay sober-minded. Okay. Paste. Okay. Especially considering my liver probably would hate me if I binge drink even more. Yeah, exactly. Like, your liver is gonna be shot, and then you're gonna die. Paste. This is the closest to a drunk L you get. Oh. Trench does get pretty funny when he's drunk, though. It gets a little bit, like, clingy, but it's in a cute way. And Derek doesn't drink, but he's always Derek, so. Actually, I'd be concerned if Derek drunk. He'd be more... he'd probably get angry at me. He'd probably tell me off and stuff. So it's better if he doesn't. It's funny that the young turds are named after the same people in the Ottoman Empire who were responsible for the Armenian genocide. Well, it's not funny, but it's... well, I guess it kind of is funny. Have woken up with a hangover after taking meds later than usual. Oh, so you gotta take them like at a certain time? I can't keep up with it, dude. I'll barely have, you know, enough time to keep my schedule and stuff. I don't gotta worry about no dang this and that or whatever. Like, bruh. Almost done. Jesus, the worst part. This and getting all the blend shapes down are what take the most time for me. Okay. Da, 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 da. Also, I usually take them before I went to go to bed at 9 p.m. being the earliest. They also were responsible for the Greek genocide during the First World War. Right. Pretty bad stuff. Pretty bad stuff. Okay. I'm probably gonna re-export this model at some time to fix like 2 little tidbits that are messed up here. But if it doesn't affect the actual model when it's when I'm using it, then I don't really have to worry about it, and I could just kind of ignore that problem. It's negligible. Around 6:15 for you right now. Ah, yeah, it's like perfect time. Paste. Okay. Copy. Paste. Come on. Copy. Paste. All right, there we go. And like magic, watch it turn into boom, shaded materials. Amazing. Assyrian genocide. Look at me with dirty thoughts. I like. Oh wait. I took them at 9 for me and then 6 for you. 16. Oh well. Oh well. Oh man. Man, I can't wait to get my freaking AC in here, dude. That's why I moved my bed so I can have room for it, but I'm going to get a smaller bed with a better frame with storage underneath. And then I'm going to put the AC like by the window finally. Cuz it's so annoying how hot it gets in here. All right, so that's that. That's the shading part done. All right, so here are all the other fun parts we get to do. So let me actually stand up for this. Ah. Man, I am like burning up, man. 80 degrees isn't hot for me, probably because I'm hella dark. Yeah, that's probably why. But I have the PC on, like, you know, under my desk. And it gets a little hot because of that. Communism has fallen, billions must work. Oh no, it's a terrible day for the unemployed. Also, the Stream Elements overlay hasn't been working, has it? I wonder why it just doesn't work sometimes. Okay, let me remember my thought process here. Let me remember what we have to do after the shaders. So, shaders done, right. Then I have to change the settings for the eyes. Right. So let me look for something real quick here. This one. Okay, copy that. Okay, paste component values. Okay, now I just need to bring the eye bones in here. Spine, neck, head, and then it should be eyes in here. Let's go down. Okay, left eye and right eye. Okay, and then target head. No, the head needs to be head. The target is the camera. That, okay, save. I've been through worse. My bedroom is above the garage and the window has creaked open because it wouldn't close, meaning I had to flee to the basement when it was in the height. Oh, it's terrible, dude. I'm not crying because of the Soviet Union. Oh. Because those edge. Okay, so that's that. We can do the physics. The physics next. The physics are pretty fun to do. So we go to secondary here. And we can assign the bones that will bounce. Although, I could just use the Magica spring bone thing, whatever. So, I need to look for... Brooklyn will be fun. I have some ideas. I'm not sure how I'm going to go about it, but yeah. Okay, so holster hinge. Physics, yes, physics. Women aren't the only ones that can have those jiggle physics, okay? I get jiggle physics too, you know? Boop, boop, boop.
The shoulder left, I believe, right? Yes, knife and radio. Okay. So for the knife, we do create other magical cloth 2, and we add a magical cloth. Oh wait, no. That's how you have the collider. I have to do this. Create other magical cloth 2 cloth. Okay, and this will be the walkie, talkie, and knife. Okay. Just remember, clothes wrap around the booba. They don't suction to them. I have made female models before. All right, okay. I know my stuff. All right, so now we have to add the knife and the radio. Oh, wait. No, we need to add the shoulder bone, I believe, right? This one? No, because that'll be that full thing. Shoulder? No, because that's the whole thing. Okay. I wouldn't know how. Is Romania a crazy place? Probably not as bad as it used to be. Because I think if I just add the 2 root bones like this, that won't... I might have to use spring bones, and I don't want to use spring bones, to be fair. Ugh, it's annoying. Okay, we'll try this. Okay, we'll do boom, root bone. Okay. So now if I move the model, these will jiggle. The problem is we don't want them to jiggle that much because they're supposed to be a little bit tight, you know. Funny idea for detail, no one will notice. Make the left booba bigger than the right by 1 little bit. Oh, that'd be hard to do though. Like at the... Yeah, I don't want to do that. It's, throw off my OCD. Okay, let me look for a model that also has... let me see. Cowboy, Colt Dragoon. Does my off-duty have? No. Cowboy has them, I think. Secondary. Yes, it does. Okay, we'll copy one of these. Okay. And we'll copy that and put that... Base component values, and we'll just have to redo this, but that's fine. So add the bones. Okay. Because biology says F your OCD. Everyone hates Big Nick in Romania, their former communist dictator that had his head. Was that the guy that they like literally tried and then shot outside in like the same like hour? That was metal, dude. I think there's a picture of that. Whoa, I say whoa. Okay, now, I do want to test this. That's pretty brutal. There's actually footage of that. Now, if this crashes the stream, y'all know why, okay? But I'm going to go into play mode to test the wiggleness of the knife. I'm the worst to play Minecraft with if you have OCD. Oh, jeez. I guess that's a no-no for the community Minecraft server. Oh boy, this is taking a while. I'll spray my face meanwhile. Oh, water's starting to get warm. I don't like it. I will make my base far away, but you will see it because it's very far away. I saw. I know about communist Albania war. What? I confuse Albania and Azerbaijan. I'm sorry, I forgot. Oh crap, we're in play mode, okay. Scene, okay. So that bone has... Okay, Okay, they're a little too bouncy. The one in the back is fine, But the actual knife, not so much. Okay, I guess we can adjust some of the parameters. So we want it to be a little bit more stiff. Okay. Oh, actually, you know what? That is actually really good. Huh. I didn't have to do anything. Okay, 0.38. All right, what if we make it more stiff? A little too stiff. Okay. Less. Okay. I don't give a crap. Enver Hoxha turned Albania into a fourth world country. I didn't even. Oh, fourth world country, dude? That's funny. Okay, what if we increase drag force a little bit? Nah. Let's try that max to see if there's a difference. Ah, okay, that's what drag force does. Okay, so bring the drag force all the way down. Oh, my stomach started churning. Make it less stiff. Okay, a little bit of gravity power. What about a 16th world country? Probably. We could probably find a country that's that bad. Okay. The bone doesn't bounce like forward and backward, though. That's weird. Maybe a little bit more gravity. That. Oh no, I just noticed that clipping there. Oh wait, no, that's because of this. I think. Where's the gravity power? Yeah, because that's tied to that a little bit, so I have to keep it a little bit on the DL. Like Pol Pot, he was educated in France. France should stop it. Yeah, how about France stops educating all our enemies, yeah? Freaking Ho Chi Minh was also educated in France. He was on like a French boat or a steamer of some kind or something. But, like, bruh, y'all stupid Frenchies need to stop educating our enemies, man. And then they go, oh, well, you Americans are the worst. It's like, shut up, okay? Okay, I'm still going to add a collider to the shoulder, though. Add component, spring bone collider group. Where is it? Why is it not working? Oh, that's fast. Oh, my bad. Hold up. Add a VRM spring bone collider group. There we go. What you mean? At least would have had decency to try to negotiate with America. See, I tell people this a lot before, right? When Ho Chi Minh asked us for help, we should have said, sure, bro, and then kicked the French out of Indochina. The French ruined everything. But no, here we go. Oh, well, the French are our allies. Let's assist them and whatever. Bro, the French haven't been our allies since freaking 1946, okay? Okay, make the radius a little bigger. 0.5, okay. And then if we add this to the collider groups, and if we test this again, Mackie to say the French were the first to withdraw military forces from NATO. What are you talking about? They're still part of NATO. If anything, they're like the super advocates for it right now. Freaking pricks. You know what? I guess I don't need the collider at all. It's like not even really affecting it that much anyways. Just remove that. Okay, and then next we can do this, the holster. They're technically part of NATO. But they're not part of like what, Article 4 or whatever? They act like they're still in it. So this one is holster hinge. Oh, crap. Holster. I should probably call it hip holster so I don't confuse it. Right, hip holster, okay. And the hips holster, we add that. Okay. Now I need to add the colliders to the thighs. So we do create other, and we do capsule collider. Didn't the French also start the quasi-war after they helped the American revolutionaries in the American War of Independence because they started trade with the British again? I don't know, dude. I don't know. I'm a little bit like rusty on some of my history right now. Right, so I'm not really too sure. All right. So I need to add this to the collider group down here at the hip holster. Colliders, collision bones, collider list. All right, now let's test it. Oh geez, I hope this doesn't crash. The first time I had my computer like crash on me, right? This PC was when I was working in Unity, so I'm a little bit scared. So like, yeah. Okay, so we need to change the like spring ability of it. Stabilization time, spring power, limit distance. We need to let stiffness. Let's increase. Okay, I feel like that's still a little too bouncy. Root rotation, lower that. Interpolation, lower that. Damping, lower the spring power. Normal limit ratio, lower that. Stiffness. Acceleration. Honestly, I don't even know what I'm doing. I'm just moving stuff and see what sticks. You know what? We might just have to use the other kind of collider or thing. The reason President Harry Truman ignored Ho Chi Minh was because of Europe happening. Because of Europe happening. Man, the more I hear about Harry Truman, the more it starts pissing me off, dude. Little racist prick, too. Did the French Canadians create totally spies and it's really fetish? I don't know, Jason. Sure. All right, we're going to use bone cloth for this. All right, gravity for this one probably like 0.3. Damping. What are these? Damping. Drag force is 0.41. Stiffness is 0.57. That might not translate good, but let's see. Damping, stabilization, stiffness. Do 0.3. Okay, damping. What's that called here? Drag force 0.041. It's like how I learned MacArthur was an arrogant piece of crap. I low-key kind of like MacArthur though, because he wanted to nuke frickin' the border between China and North Korea. That I respect. And I mean his drip was like immaculate, dude. Okay, we'll take a little break here real quick. Let me eat a snack so I don't die. And then we'll probably end stream like at 7:30, so like an hour more ish. Like, you gotta admit, right? The shades in the corncob pipe went pretty freaking hard. What if we take Korea and push it somewhere else? That's what we should have done. What we should have cut off at the 38th parallel, we should have like physically cut off South Korea and dragged them somewhere nicer. Probably by like Okinawa or something. Alright, let's get back to it. So, we have the collider set up. The radius of these should probably be a little bit bigger. Friction a little bit higher. We can use the backstop to limit the distance a little bit. Right, and let's test. Should have dug a giant canal through the 38th. Yeah, dude. A giant canal and then a giant wall. Boom. No problems. Zero problema. Okay, so we need to lower the radius, I believe. Point 1. Oops, I want that. 0.15. That's good. Okay. Root. We should have dug a giant canal. Isn't Turkmenistan basically North Korea of Central Asia? I have no idea because I never hear anything about Turkmenistan. So, or if to hell dedicated to the communists. See, L gets it. L gets it. Ooh, okay. Let's see. So front, back. Okay. Okay, I don't like the way it like does that weird motion. So we might have to make the collider a little smaller. Damping, increase damping a little bit. Stabilization time will lower it. Stiffness, increase that. No, too stiff. Alright, so lower the damping, lower the stiffness. Keep velocity attenuation there. Okay, yeah, we might have to make this a little smaller. Okay, so it's at 0.68. Okay. Okay. I believe hell is personalized. It is one of those post-Soviet countries that became independent after the fall of the Soviet. Well, yeah, I know what Turkmenistan is. I just don't. I haven't heard from them ever. Like, actually, ever. Anyways, so I don't know, dude. I have no idea. Okay, friction. We might have to lower that. Okay. Distance, stiffness, gravity fall. Okay, let's take that off for now. Let's take that off. Stiffness will lower, so it can be a little bit more loose. Stabilization time will lower as well. So we're lowering just about every parameter and seeing if it like is a little bit wiggly. Okay, why does it do that? Why does it just go crazy, man? Why does it, like, I'm genuinely confused. Is it this? Well, I mean, it certainly did something, but it's not what I want. Friction. Lower that. Max distance backstop. Okay, backstop seems to help a little bit. Gravity fall, velocity attenuation. Increase this. Sake, man. Former president was a lunatic who wrote a book called The Runama. That's a little better, but I want it to be a little bit more bouncy. Okay, that's getting a little better. Make it a little bit less stiff, maybe? What are we missing? There's a setting I'm like missing here. Velocity attenuation, maybe? Oh, that's what's messing with that. Okay, so we need to lower that one. Velocity attenuation, lower that. That, increase, now keep stiffness low, damping low. Gravity fall off a little bit. See, I don't like how it looks like it's rubbing against it. Okay, let me disable this real quick. And see if that, like, helps. Okay, that actually is kind of what I'm going for. So it's this causing that? How? Maybe something with friction down there. He claimed if you read it, you would go into heaven twice or something. Dang, dude, we should probably read that book then. Amazing. Alright, collider collisions. Okay, lower the friction down on that. Maybe that'll help. There we go. Look at that. Okay, it's a little bouncy, but we're on the right track. That means I have to lower the dampening, I think. And increase the stiffness a little bit. There we go. A little bit more tweaking. A little bit more tweaking. Okay, stiffness, lower the stiffness. Stabilization time, increase damping a little bit. There we go. Perfect. All right. So now we just got to copy that component. And then nobody has to ever worry about it again. All right. Sweet. All right. Now we did that. Okay. It has 2.5 out of 5 stars on Google Reads. Dang. Okay. Now comes the somewhat boring part, and the part I kind of hate doing the most. Because I have to do this, like, it takes me so long to do this, but we are going to have to do the blend shapes now. The blend shapes are what basically make me have, like, the different expressions in my face. So, I have to assign these manually for every single one. Now, it doesn't look bad, right? Because these are the VRM blend shapes. I have to do the ARKit blend shapes, and that's 52 blend shapes. The pile of garbage that was Mein Kampf. Okay, floating window, and then I gotta do these too. I don't know why I bother doing these. Like, I don't really need to do these, so, like, yeah. Ooh, I just do it for, like, the sake of having it, I guess. Ooh. Oh. If you don't have the AR kit, this is what you would use. Just these basic ones. Fortunately for us, we have AR kit, so we're not plebs. I close. Now, I don't really even want to bother with the expressions because they kind of like, they take a little bit of time, but like, I guess I'll add them. Mouth, joy, mouth, all surprise, mouth, small, large, neutral, mouth, joy. No. Brow, joy, eye, joy. And I guess it's like that. Happy. Recently, the Austrian painter's house became a prison. Oh, really? Wow. Angry. Angry. Ooh. Angry Bucky. We do brown angry. Angy. Then we do eye angry. Ooh, angy eyes. And then for mouth, I think I was using sorrow before. Mouth. So, I'm disappointed. Angry. And then sorrow. Oh, is those ad? Oh no, my fries got burnt. And then we have fun. Yes, very fun. And then we skip, look up, down, left, and right because we don't need those. And then blink left would be eye close left. Here, and then blink R, which is eye close right. And we did it! No, we didn't. We're still down the 52 blend shapes. Okay, so, how am I going to do this? Because I have to open this in a separate window. So I have, is it on my this or my VTuber stuff? Here it is. Okay. So now I'm going to open this on my second monitor here, but I'm just going to open it up so I can see chat as well. Okay, mouth pucker, mouth right, mouth roll, mouth stretch, blah, 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 blah. Okay, and then I'll do this so I can see chat. Okay. So chat, be patient with me, because this is gonna be tedious. And I'm kind of out of music. This one's like, eh. Bro, why has the music been pretty meh? Ooh, Proto-Man. Ah, but it's all Proto-Man. I don't want to listen to all Proto-Man. Mixes. Let's see. Moloko. Moonbound. What am I missing? What haven't I listened to in a while? I guess we could do some Latino music, sure. Alright, let's start making these. This is gonna take me a while, boys. Okay. Okay. Día tras día puedo dividirte ya entre tú y mis mares. Puedo ahora estarme quieta y esperarte. The moral of the story behind the Iliad and Odyssey is that women destroy everything they touch. Puedo dividirme ya entre tú y mis mares. Ya puedo ahora estar pensada y esperarte. Resta tu pueblo de mi vida, da 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 mi vida, todavía. The Greeks all united to sack Troy because of one of the Greek deities was rejected or something. Right. Oh, my battery's running low. Crap. Alright. Control C. Control V. So I have to do this for every model that I do. Because water will auto detect the blend shapes, but for me, for some reason, it just doesn't. So I have to do this manually. You know, I could check if it does, but honestly, I don't want to. I just do it this way. I'm just going to keep doing it this way. If it works, why bother changing it, right? Plus, I have some extra blend shapes that are additive. So I kind of have to add those here anyways. So. Puedo dividirme ya entre tú y mil mares. No puedo estar quieta y esperarme. Oops, I did this one wrong. Crap. Entre tú y mil mares. Stretch. Okay. Okay. Oh, almost done. But then I have to assign the weights. Oh, that gets annoying. All right, that's all. That's all of them. Okay. Ah!
spray my face. Oh, yo. Ay, dude. This is so annoying. El Rubius was the leader of Francoist Spain, as I saw a crappy AI song cover singing Cara al Sol. Wait, I thought Franco was the leader of Francoist Spain. Am I missing something here? Okay, let me remember what I have to do now. I guess I should just start assigning. Okay, brown down left. Okay. Alright, so you're gonna see my little face here. Okay, so brown down left. Oh man. And I did all these manually, by the way. All these blend shapes, I physically went in and made them myself. There's programs that help with that, but they're not so reliable. So I did it all myself. Brow outer up left. Brow outer up left. Brow outer up right. Cheeks puff. Okay. Francoist Spain was more about Francisco Franco than the Falange Party itself. Well, yeah, but who the heck's El Rubius? Like, okay. Cheek squint left. Cheek squint left. Cheek squint right. Cheek squint right. I blink left. I blink. Left. I blink right. I blink right. A Spanish streamer. Wait, what? Okay, Jason, you've completely confused me. So it's a streamer, but you're talking about Francoist Spain. What? Eyes look down left. I look down left. I look down right. I look in left. I look in right. I look out left. Oh, it's the wrong one. I look out left. Okay. I look out right. I look out. I look up left. Look up. I look up right. I squint left. I squint right. Well, at least Francisco Franco kept the communists out of Spain after the Spanish Civil War. Yeah, I guess. I wide left. I wide left. I wide right. Draw forward. Draw left. Crap, man. Draw open. Okay. Let's draw open V2, because if I do V1, that's... yeah. Okay. think I did mouth move up a little bit too, right? Did I not? Mouth up. That looks weird. Okay, never mind. Jaw right. Jaw right. Mouth close. Okay. Mouth dimple left. Mouth dimple left. Mouth dimple right. Mouth frown left. Mouth frown right. Mouth frown right. No, that's not this one. Mouth funnel. Mouth funnel. We helped the Greeks defeat the communists in the Greek Civil War. Ah. Mouth left. Mouth left. Hello. There it is. Mouth lower down left. Mouth lower down right. Okay, mouth press left. Mouth press right. Mouth pucker. Mouth pucker, mouth pucker. Where did I put that? Pucker. Here. Okay, mouth right. Mouth right, and then mouth right. Okay, mouth roll lower. Here. Mouth roll upper. Mouth shrug lower. Shrug, 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 shrug. The term alt-right doesn't mean anything anymore, especially in digital discourse. Yeah, considering how far left everything's been like pushed away. Or what's it? The goalpost was moved like far left, so basically, yeah, it's dumb. It's like calling someone a Nazi these days. It means nothing, dude. Mouth shrug upper. Mouth smile left. Mouth smile left. Mouth smile right. Mouth smile right. Mouth stretch left. Stretch, 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 stretch. Mouth stretch. Mouth stretch right. Mouth up left. It's a socio-political slur. Mouth up left. Mouth upper up right. Up right. Nose sneer. Nose sneer left. Then nose sneer right. And tongue out. Now, let me actually check the cowboy model for something. Check this one's blend shapes real quick. Open. Okay, so eye white actually affects the eye in the middle. Okay. Okay, so I gotta go do that for the other one then. Okay, so we're not done. Blend shape avatar. Ah! Damn heat! Yeah, screw this. I'm putting the fan at me. The big one. Oh, it's much better. If the mic sounds messed up, I'm sorry, but I'm really hot right now. I don't care. I'm sorry. Oh, get this hot air away from me. It's like the term grifter, which also doesn't mean anything anymore. Well, grifter kind of has a meaning, though, to be fair, because there are grifters out there. There's no such thing as the far right and Nazis technically anymore. So, alright, so I need to do eye wide. Eye wide. Wait a minute, hold up. Wait a minute. Why does that blend shape avatar? This one has an extra. Oh wait, I know why. I know why it has an extra. Because of surprise. Okay. I just need to add that. Before I forget, boom. Okay. Surprised. I was like, why am I missing a blend shape, dude? I got scared there for a moment. This one I just need to assign. Surprised. Oh. Alright. Anyways, back to it. So this one I need to do eye wide. Okay, so eye wide. Left. Alright, so that scales that and the pupil. It became a catch-all term for rightists who politically oppose the radical left. Grifter? No, that's not what grifter means. Or are you talking about alt-right? Because I know what grifter means. It's when like you don't believe in the cause you're supporting, basically. Okay, and then the highlight scales we don't need to mess with, I think. Eye wide right. Okay, and this one just needs to do boom and boom. Okay, so that's done. All right, so we have done the blend shapes. We've done the physics. We've done the shaders. Everything is looking good so far. Grifter just meant swim. Yeah, exactly. So it's like, you know. All right, now let's start locking in the shaders now, shall we? Da, da, da. Da, 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 da. Okay. Okay, lock in. Lock in, lock in, lock in. Lock in. Amiga mía, no sé, es por él. No suspirar a mi boca, besado entre copas. Los manos están esperando. Un beso y abrazo. Estoy yo suspirando. Los ojitos abiertos se par en pares. Tocarme y nombrarme. Amiga mía, yo sé. Okay. This is probably going to take a few minutes. And then we'll probably end stream after this. I'll do testing and like checking anything else probably like on my own. But we did the whole process and rented a little bit about VTuber, so that was cool. Ojillos del ver las ganadas, acciones renovadas, ganarte una poesía, dando las noticias, amiga mía, sobre un día,
Dang, it's so high it's not even charging my phone. Right, crap. Okay, I gotta be careful then. People on the radical left sincerely believe they are living under Benito Mussolini, Hitler, Hirohito, and Hikitojo, selectively despite the fact that they aren't at all. I wouldn't include Hirohito under that, but yeah, pretty much. Everyone else is pretty spot on, yeah. And then they'd say that, and then they go and they, like, praise, like, Mao and, like, Stalin and Marx. Like, bro, are you joking? It's, like, literally the same thing. It's a bunch of alligators wearing different, it's a bunch of sharks wearing different wigs, pretty much. Different hats. At the end of the day, they're gonna bite you, and it's not gonna matter. You're an idiot. Well, snakes probably would be a better term. I like sharks and I like gators, so. Alright, well that does that. Let me check something real quick. Here is our friend here. They're gonna be late for the stream, that's fine. They praised Vladimir Lenin, who was a communist warlord, basically. Yeah, exactly. So it's like, you people make no sense. Shut up. You know, I would say go back to school, but that didn't seem to have done you any good to begin with. So, dar en el alma de la libertad es lo que hay hace falta. Darte los bolsillos de guerras ganadas, las ilusiones renovadas. Regalarte una poesía, dando las noticias, amiga mía. Vento infinito, oh, amiga mía. Amiga mía, si nos escaparás. Por fin aprendo. Putas porque eres mi amiga. No, 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 amiga mía. Muerto infinito, amiga mía. Wasn't Fidel Castro basically a caudillo or military dictator in a way? No, he wasn't basically. He was. Literally just the same as any other dang commie, but you know. Okay. Alexintek. Man, there's this one post-punk song that I've been trying to remember because it hasn't been on my playlist in a while. And it's not any of the normal freaking ones I listen to. It's a very weird one. Alright, let's hurry this along so I can go eat. Alright, so we've done that. Locked. Stop it. I know he never used the term caudillo, but for all intents and purposes, he was one. Well, yeah. Well, Stalin never called himself a dictator, but he was. You know. It doesn't matter what they do or don't call themselves; is what they actually are. You know. The cat doesn't call himself a cat, but he's still a cat, right? Stupid cat. Okay, this should basically be everything. I don't believe I missed anything else. Blend shapes, physics, fix the eyes, fix the shaders. I think we're good to go. Ruhola Komemeni was a religious lunatic and theocratic tyrant, but thankfully he died. He didn't just die, he got airstrike, dude. He got Gaddafi. Alright, mod settings. Okay, this is made by Bucky. Okay, stop it. Stop that right now. Okay. Export directory. Let me just get that. Streaming assets, characters. Oh, yes. Some, what's it called? I don't know how to pronounce this word because it's one of my favorite songs in the playlist. It's Nevazno. Nevazna. Which in this case means I don't care? Detect language. English. Oh, doesn't matter, right. Nevazna. 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 Alright, I need to make a picture for this one, for this model though. God, if he was killed by living rebels during the Arab Spring. Yeah, but we airstriked his like residence or whatever. You know what I mean? Don't get technical with me, boy. Oh wait, no. We're not done. I completely forgot the hair. The hair has physics. We can just copy that from one of these over here, though. I almost forgot. Wow, what a guy. Okay, so we need to make a magical cloth. Paste the values. Boom. Okay, name this one hair. Okay, and we need to add the bones and then the colliders. So that shouldn't take that long. Okay, so front bang, small bang 02. I'm guessing it's this one. Hair flap, small left, right. Hair flap left. Hair flap right. Side bangs left. And side bangs right. Okay. And it's head and neck. Okay. Cowboy, cowboy, cowboy. Okay. Where is it? Head, and neck. Copy. And paste. And then the head collider. Oh, wait a minute. I need to add the other colliders though. Because that's different using a different hat than mine than normal. So I need to use the off-duty. Hair. Paste. Okay, now we just need to repaste that again. Okay, front bang. Okay, front bang small. Hair flap small. Hair flap left. Hair flap right. Side bangs left and side bangs right. Yeah, this one has more colliders. I mean, his country lost to the Chadians during the Chadian-Libyan War as the Chadians used Toyota Land Cruisers and Toyota Hiluxes in the Great Toyota War. Yeah, but Gaddafi did have that drip. I'll give him that. Even if he looked like he was melting, which is kind of sad. Neck. Okay, see, so we need head. copy, paste. Okay, copy, paste, copy, and paste. Okay, so one more. Oh wait, no, we already got the neck. It's just 4, 1, and then 5. Okay. So hair goes to the colliders, just colliders, colliders, and the colliders, and then collide. Oh, I like the song. Yeah. 2, 3, 4. All right. All right, sweet. So that works. Now, that's everything. Went through the whole process of importing the model to Unity and just fixing it, and yeah, so it should work now. No mod settings. Okay, everything looks good. Okay. Now I gotta set up character. Yes. Yes. Jeez. Okay, and now we just export it. Build mod. Right, and now we just let it do its thing, and we'll see. 나의 знаю ведь конце сейчас вот так мочумайте. Я не знаю ведь сейчас вот так мочумайте. Iran's ally of Syria collapsed, and the Islamic terrorist organizations that became greatly weakened due to their battles and wars with Israel. Notice that all like the people that Iran's backing are like in ruins. Like, bro, you're so dumb. Важно. Jade. Я не знаю ведь конце сейчас вот так мочумайте. Я не знаю ведь сейчас вот так мочумайте. Huh. I wonder. I want to see something. Oh, this exports. Requires more than 1,000. Oh, piss off, dude. Unlock shader was found? Oh, sure. Whatever you say. I already know one thing I might have to go back to do. I might have to do some vertex painting for the outline baker if the outlines are messed up. That shouldn't be a problem though. But it might. I'm gonna redo the whole process anyway, so yeah. Alright. Oh, I like the song. It's chill AF, dude. Iran's economy has been in the toilet for a while now, and the Iranian government is paper-tonguing a theocracy. Yeah, it's... Just give up, man! You got nothing left. They're going to be standing on a pile of rubble, sand, and ashes, and they'll be like, no, we still have missile capabilities! And it's like, bro, shut up. Nobody likes you anyway. Ugh, stupid people, man. Dang dictators are so retarded. Man, this takes a long time, dude. What the heck? This is not even that big of a model, really. I've imported one that's almost a gig. Actually, I think it was a gig. There we go. All right. All right. I guess we could. I guess we can show it live real quick and see if everything is in its own spot. We'll go over to chatting real quick. You guys get to see, anybody here still in the stream gets to see it firsthand. A bit of a preview. So, let me see if I can find it. Okay. I see one issue with the shading on the jacket. Well, that might just be me. Yeah, it might just be me. Okay, let me see. If I wiggle around, the knife stays in place mostly. Okay. The outline on the jacket looks alright. Outline there looks a little dumb. There looks a little dumb. Oh, let me switch to the other camera type. Hold up. Directional main camera. Or orbit. Okay. Oh, well, there's the backside. Okay. Okay, there's a little bit of a weird, like, texture glitch there. I think it's only at a distance, though. Okay. Doesn't seem like anything is out of the ordinary. A few things that I know I need to fix. But for the most part, I think we did a good job on this one. Heck yeah. Round of applause to everybody that was here to help me. Alright, let's go back to off-duty. Alright. Alright, so let me just save this. Jade. Alright, and then we'll go check Unity again. I feel like the jacket's color might be a little off. I'll have to check that again because something's weird with it, but everything else seems to have been pretty decent. So, exit out of that. And close GIMP. Okay. Close that. Alright. So, I know we're not getting that many, having this many, I know we're not getting that, I know I'm not having that many streams this week. I know it's hot. There's some stuff I have to do. Some stuff gets in the way and whatnot. So I apologize for that. I know I usually do 3. I know I'm only doing 2, and they're like, you know, not even gaming streams. They're memes and work. So yeah. But everything should be back to normal the week after this one. And then I have vacation in August, so I might take another week off from streaming then to work on my own stuff and whatnot. I'm not too sure yet. Other than that, we do have anybody that hasn't joined yet, we do have a server now, a Discord server, for all you guys to mingle, interact, and do cool stuff and show me cool stuff. And yeah, the link is there. Link is also in the description and pretty much everywhere else in the channel where there can put a link. All right, Jason, bye. Thank you for stopping by. So yeah, for now, thank you for watching. You're all fantastic, and I will see you on Thursday.